as I've requested, we can continue singing as long as we open the passage. Let's just open the passage for the MC to come in. Comrades, let's open the passage. There's MC coming in already. Comrades, open the space, please. The MC is coming in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I never knew I have youth league here. I never knew. No. Thank you very much. You welcomed the entourage very well. Bengas, which I still have young Sadtu members who can sing so much. Thank you very much. I'm singing at every day. Thank you, comrades. Welcome to day 2. We want to start the program. We intended to start at 9, but it's 10 o'clock. We are going to request our sponsors this morning to give us the messages of support. You can see your golf shirts have the text of the sponsors. Yesterday you had Metropolitan, today you have NHB. Let's start with NHB. I will. Wait. I get PS. I know it's your task. Secretaries are distributing motions, so you will also get that booklet. The secretary reminds me, this is not my part. It's his part, so I will call him. I will close this session of messages of support with the LRC, but I will start with the sponsors first. So the secretary will call them, they will come up, all of them here, because I still have space at the back, so that when they have to speak, they can come easy. Pierce.
Amanda. Viva Sadtu, viva. Thank you very much, comrades. In order to honor or thank our sponsors, or who we call our business partners, we think that it's correct to give them an opportunity to come to the front. We don't expect a speech, obviously. We don't expect a marketing opportunity, because your branding speaks for you. And we have long established relationships. You don't hunt from the butchery. These are people who are advanced. They are already members of your whatever schemes that you are selling. But they need to know just the messaging from yourselves. So we're going to give you that opportunity to come and acknowledge here. I'm going to start with Old Mutual. Now, Old Mutual has partnered with us for quite some time, and they're also playing a role in ensuring the sustainability of the union through the commissions that they give to the Union National each and every month. And Comrade Maxwell is here on behalf of Old Mutual to give a message of support.
Viva Sadtu, viva. I had prepared a speech, but Zoshiala, for those of you who were here yesterday, you might remember that there are papers that were left here. Comrades, we should have presented yesterday. You intimidated me this morning with the energy. If we presented yesterday in the afternoon whilst you were tired, it was going to be a bit easier. I ran away from school thinking I'm running away from the teachers, and I got myself a job. Here I am in front of the teachers again. Please don't judge my No, that's on a lighter note. Special greetings to the leadership at large, all protocol observed. I'll not singular out anyone because of time. I am Maxwell Dlamini. I look after Old Mutual in the province. Our message of support is simple and straightforward. As Old Mutual in the province, We are because you are as Sadtu. So we are here to say, Maikule Sadtu, Maikule. Because we know that the growth of Sadtu signifies or symbolizes the growth of Old Mutual within the province. So we appreciate the support that you have continued to give to us over the years. I was still in high school when Old Mutual established its formal partnership with the Sadtu, and we intend to continue partnering with Sadtu because we see the results. We also see the issues that Sadtu stands for or that advocates for in the school environment. With those few words, we wanted to say we are here. We want to service you. Shop stewards will understand what servicing members means. So as Old Mutual, we are here stationed outside for you to be able to have consultation with you. We acknowledge the contribution that you make to our lives as well as the lives of the community at large. Thank you very much for the brilliant work that you are doing. We wish you a successful conference, and we know that it's going to come with impactful decisions that will also affect us as mutualites. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Old Mutual has kept it very brief, so they're sticking to the brief. The next sponsor is Metropolitan. And Metropolitan has contributed an amount of 300,000 towards this conference. The golf shirts that we were wearing yesterday were purchased by Old Mutual, by Metropolitan rather, my apologies. And other things that we are providing. It's Metropolitan. Ceci.
I had prepared a speech. Amandla. Ayirole Sadtu ayirole. Ayirole Mpumalanga ayirole. Viva Metropolitan, viva. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be standing here today as the Market Development Manager for Metropolitan, supporting Limpopo and Mpumalanga. Good day, my name is Deborah Shai. I'd like to acknowledge the leadership from the Department of Education, from Sadtu, all the dignitaries that are here. I will not list you one by one because I might miss you, so please allow me to observe protocol. I did prepare a speech, and it was a very, very lengthy speech, so I was going to keep you here for a good 30 minutes. But it is truly a pleasure to stand before you today. I'm deeply honored to be in a room filled with individuals who shape minds, values, and futures of tomorrow's leaders. Educators, your work does not end in the classroom. Years from now, your learners will stand in front of everybody in rooms like this, speaking about the impact that you've had on their lives and how you have changed it for the better. We encourage you as educators to support and guide young professionals to join unions such as Sadtu, an organization with a long-standing, impactful reputation for protecting and advancing the rights of educators, and to continue mentoring, uplifting young educators, and to guide them towards an organization with a strong legacy of protecting and advancing the rights of educators. As the Department of Education remains one of our top 5 priority markets, partnerships such as Sadtu are not just important, but they are instrumental to the growth, impact, and sustainability of our business. At the same time, we invite you to partner with institutions like Metropolitan. Financial wellness is just as important as professional excellence. Through our partnership with Sadtu, we have established a scheme account where a portion of your premiums contributes towards supporting initiatives such as this on a national scale, reaching to provinces, districts, circuits, as well as your branches. This is how partnerships translate into real impact. I'm proud to see how our organizations have come together to maintain our relationship through co-branding. I think if you can see outside, we have a very big banner that is co-branded, Sadtu and Metropolitan. We are co-branded all over. Your shirts yesterday represented both brands. So the co-branding between Metropolitan and Sadtu represents our partnership, joint forces, combining strength, credibility, and reach to create shared value, while proudly maintaining our individual identities. It allows us as business partners to amplify our impact, extend our audience, and deliver greater value together so that we can thrive. We encourage you to engage with our financial experts, review your policies, and equip yourself with a tool to strengthen your financial future. As Metropolitan, we remain committed to supporting Sadtu and its members through initiatives such as financial wellness days and recruitment drives. As the Sadtu book grows, so does our ability to contribute meaningfully to the union initiatives, strengthening the very foundation of support for educators across the country. Together, let us continue building not only educated mind, but empowered future. Thank you once again for all to all our outstanding educators. Your work is powerful. Your impact is immeasurable. And your legacy will live on for generations. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your sacrifice. And most importantly, thank you for shaping the future minds of our nation. Wishing you a productive, successful, and peaceful conference this week. May it be filled with meaningful engagement and positive outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next sponsor is NHB. Today we're all wearing green. We look nice. On the sleeve there's NHB, and NHB bought us all these golf shirts. 250.
Amanda! Away too! Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd like to extend my revolutionary greetings to the national leadership, to the provincial leadership, to the attendees of this conference, and to the guests and everyone at large. I apologize to the PS, but as he said, we are one. We are part of this conference, so I didn't feel it was right that I should come here. But my name is Nompumelelo Nkabinde from a company called NHB Administrators. So it's nice that we are presenting to a crowd that knows us very well and is accustomed to us. But as NHB, we are a financial service provider that offers tailor-made funeral benefits to Sadtu members. But we are also a social partner to Sadtu. We are, however, not just any social partner. We are a company that stands on the ethos of caring in action and supporting the teachers that grow our future. And that is you, comrades. This is reflected in how, above our financial offerings, we also assist and drive memberships when we service your respective sites. And you know this. I mean, you have our bandelas, you know us, we are one with you. We do this with an understanding of how fundamentally important it is to you to grow the union. And we would like to express our deepest gratitude to the provincial, to the Mpumalanga province for the support that they've given us as NHB. And we also pledge our support to the province in the different structures. And we would like you to take the opportunity to visit our stalls outside. We know you have our products, but just take the opportunity to come back, comrades. But we wish you a very successful 9th provincial conference. Amanda! Wathinta abafazi. Bathi wathinta ubaba uthinte iwalata ngikho sure.
Aye. Thank you very much, Tumpumi. I'm going to call South African now. And on behalf of South African, I think I'll call Comrade Shkwambani. Or Lincoln. Lincoln, okay. Because I can't start with when the boss is here, I started the top. Protocol, observed. All right, Lincoln. The floor is yours, my brother. There's a golf shirt that we are going to wear tomorrow. The last one, you have given 3, right? Senishaye 2. Shorter 1. That one that is remaining is from South African. Yeah.
Amandla, long live the relationship of Sadtu and South African, long live. Long live Mpumalanga, long live. Yeah, thanks, Provincial Secretary. I think it's very imperative that during your August meeting of this nature, as South African, actually we are AMSC, just trading as South African, we are supposed to come and profile you with regard to your own membership benefits, as to how far we are and what are the new developments and so forth. I think beforehand, I'm here with Sagaria Ramaphosa. You normally call it, you know him to be Zex. I want to stand up. I want to present him to you as a province, that this is the man that we are deploying to manage your province, all the 6 regions, that you will communicate with him on whatever matter regarding your membership benefits from South Africa. Thank you. Comrades, we have sent out a link to all the membership of Sadtu. I noticed of late that you are 285,000, which simply means letters that were sent were 285,000. But we have noticed that most of yourselves have changed the contact numbers or contact details, but you did not do so with us. That's why many of you did not receive. But that link is very much important. You remember your benevolent benefit, the 4045. That one that you enjoy without paying a cent, that is taken care of by the national office. We are being informed by the FSCA, the regulator, that all of you must nominate beneficiaries to that effect. Remember, with the 4045, the 10,000 rand, you did not complete an application form to participate. By virtue of being a Sadtu member, automatically you are enjoying the benefit. But this time around, you must complete a beneficiary nomination, which I think tomorrow when I leave here, chairperson of the province, all the delegates must have completed, so that at least we have reduced the workload that is coming forth. We will share with you that application, that beneficiary nomination form. All of you must do so. But we need to indicate that we still have a challenge on benevolent, that with regard to members of Sadtu who are retiring, I've noticed that in this province, for the period under review, we lost around 600 members, and we also had about 1,070 members who retired. And my question is, are those members having paid up certificate as I'm talking to you today? And I think I'm addressing leaders here who will go back and ensure that going forward, no Sadtu member who retires without the paid up certificate. Remember in your Sadtu diary, the third benefit there, it talks to retirement benefit. And remember, we agreed in 2006 Sadtu National Congress that as you go on retirement, the benefit you go with it, the 10,000 rand today. And members have retired, did not apply for paid up. And we expect them to have done that. So I just want to say to you, comrades, go back to your respective branches and regions, and as leaders, make sure that you take stock, you make data, that who are Sadtu members who are going to retire this year. Every month you make that data, you can share with us, we'll assist you to remind them as and when they are about to leave. Because we need to give them paid up certificate. So that as they are on retirement, whatever year, whether the members pass on at 8 years, the family must take the paid up and come back to Sadtu to claim that 10,000 rand. Please assist us in that regard. We are not doing well in that area. Another matter that I must brief you, comrades. Remember, in terms of the pay method on your family extended, you only enjoy PESAL simply because you are still actively employed. But the time you retire, you forfeit the PESAL method to pay your policies. Therefore, we encourage all those who will be retiring that please complete a debit order mandate to keep your policy while on retirement. Please assist us leaders in that regard. And lastly, we still continue to expect you leaders that please invite us in your strategic meetings where there are members so that we can update them on their own membership benefits. I will appeal to the site stewards. Please, as we visit your sites, assist us to present all such members to us so that we can talk to them about their membership benefits, please. To the province, we've got a challenge with the Sadtu scheme for the administrators. We've noticed nationally in all provinces that your administrators are defaulting premiums in that regard. And as and when they pass on, the leaders, you are yourselves who always call us. We have lost an administrator and we have noticed that a member has a policy. When we tell you that the policy lapsed 3 years ago, the administrator has not been paying, you become disappointed. Let's make sure that our administrators continue to pay on their Sadtu administration policy. Secretary and the chairperson, thank you very much. We are here until tomorrow. We have got the stall outside. Please make sure that you go there and verify the details on your policies. And we also wish you the success in your deliberations, more especially in the motions. I'm not so sure if there are motions with regard to us, because always there are motions on South African. With regard to your 2024 resolution to increase the scheme to 15,000, you said by the year 2029, we did not forget, we are busy getting you a better rate for the 15,000. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We will try to find a sitting properly, because the department delegation is more than what we normally know. It means that they are taking this conference very seriously. We appreciate that. I see all the chief directors are here. Not all of them, but most are here. We appreciate. I want to acknowledge the presence of the following. I'll just give you a small background. the SACE and MEC and HOD press should take cognizance of what we are going to raise now. The SACE Council stopped operating in July. SACE Council is appointed for 4 years. In July 2025, the council term ended. Now we are waiting for the minister to appoint new councillors, and I'm told that they received letters from this week. So there's no council. Now, in terms of the processes of SACE, when there's no council, no one can take decisions on behalf of the council, including issues related to cases of teachers. Last year, around December or so, we started receiving letters that people have been removed from the roll, and the decisions were taken 12 December 2025, when there's no council. And all this, we know that when they remove somebody from the roll, they send you that notice so that you stop their salary, because a teacher can't operate without a license from SACE. Now, we received this thing, we took the matter to court, and I want to introduce our lawyer who's here, Mr. Mudidi Mamanya. Perhaps you should stand up and the conference acknowledge him. Yeah. He's like me, we don't look the part most of the time. We don't look like we're going to do anything. But he's our lawyer. He's very fierce. He litigates very seriously. When we litigate very seriously. So, we have a court order now that says that all those letters that have been issued are a nullity. They are null and void. But we also perhaps should appeal to the branches to give us names of other people that you know. We've picked up a few names. But if you know others whose names we are not aware of, give them to the regional secretaries, they forward it to the province so that we give Mr. Manya that list. We have a court order. And SACE went to court to try to reverse that court order. And the judge said, no, the Sadtu is correct. Sadtu is correct. Perhaps we'll have that discussion around how the 16 rands that we're paying is being used to deal with us. We must have that conversation. Pela SACE is funded by us. It's not supposed to be an instrument to really punish us. Even when there's no council, we get fired from our jobs. It's not correct. So I thought I should introduce the lawyer, our attorney, Mr. Manya, who's here, advocate. Because we speak on our own first name basis. I forget these titles. Advocate Manya. My apologies. Hey, I'll get into trouble for it. I want to acknowledge, because you not get introduced properly, I want to acknowledge the director is the teacher development. Babu Richard Twala is here. Babu Twala. Manu Barongana teacher development. Oh yeah. Director Labor Relations. Baba Sangwenya. The Chief Director, HR. What is the full title? Human Resource Management. Yeah, HRM. There are so many acronyms. I can't go crema all. I must also crema put even my own initials. It's going to be very difficult. So HRM, yes. Ubaba Ujonin Dala. Now, acting director in the HOD's office, Ruth Lidwaba. Now, before Zodwa, Makanya became the education convener of the province. Ruth Ngwenya was the education convener of the province. Ruth Lidwaba. My apologies. I repeat the same mistake. My apologies. Mabini, my apologies. It's just some of these things that happen in the morning. I must also acknowledge the chief director. Konje, what is your directorate? The strategic planning, Ubaba Shamba Mthembu, is the chief director of strategic planning. Shewe Tamfo. Now, some few years ago, before Kubana other contradictions, Begamala I introduce people in the same manner that I'm doing. He's the former provincial secretary of Sadtu in Mpumalanga. Yes. Utlangwenya is a former deputy Yakashamba actually. Utlangwenya. Former Baguli Kitani. And then I waited to tell me. Viva Mugawaba, viva. And then, Ubabu Richard Twala. Ubabu Richard Twala was an education convener. A Justice Sibeko region. Ubabu Richard Twala. Ngasevana at some point, I was being chairperson in region, serving with him. Nakumbula stengi moto minana isinga ambega atlele moto. We were struggling. Ubabu Richard Twala, former education convener of that region that is at the back, Justice Sibego. Yeah. So all the people that they've been here, Ubabu Undala has not been in the education field. He's a more in the public sector. So that's why I school me anything about the relationship with Sadtu. But it does not mean that he has not been associated with unions because he has been coming through anyhow. Now, so I'm saying, the Department of Education does not have to train anybody. We train them. The maturity and understanding of the issues comes from Ukumala, Ukulumema issues. Ubaba, the manager of the LRC, he's a former branch leader of Sadtu in Busabe. So all these comrades, they emanate, Angfun Kulmangawe MEC. No, HOD, Angkuluminan. HOD will be properly introduced because, HOD with department la. The chair said he will do it himself, that one. But all these officials, we are from the department. But sometimes, we struggle most because he was super. We struggle most because they think they know us sometimes. Yay. They think they know us sometimes. But this conference perhaps is a sneaky trajectory around how we relate around these things. We're going to sharpen the contradictions even further. And MEC conference, I think, chance to address secretariat report yet. How you can't come and address and leave. You must hear the people you are. Yeah. ANC must listen to us. You can't come and address and leave. So table secretariat report all about ourselves. Thank you very much, Chair. So.
Amandla, if you are not used to chairing, you'll end up doing what you're not supposed to do. I give him a small piece of bread, then he takes the entire loaf of bread. There are two chairpersons here, and now he decided to take over the chairpersons. But it's the secretary named Joel. Let me close this session by calling upon the manager of the LRC to come and give us a message of support. Comrade Tam.
Viva Sadtu, viva. Comrades, we are here to greet you and also to tell you that you created a platform in the name of the LRC where you are bargaining good working conditions. And in Mpumalanga, you have a chamber where you are occupying 80% of seats in terms of labor. So we are saying, use those numbers effectively. I've gone through your report over the night and want to appreciate the good work that the team that is led by Ucomrade Kabelo is doing. Comrades, the team has pushed for the correct implementation of collective agreement number 2 of 2024, where every 3 months, a temporary educator is converted into a permanent educator. That is a win for you. We want to share some disappointment, comrades. Quarterly, we are meeting and the employer is presenting reports. Unfortunately, some of the reports are disappointing and tainting the good and tireless work that a majority of you are doing. The Deputy President indicated that he does not want to hear that a school is dysfunctional and being managed by a Sadtu principal. And it is unfortunate that we are still receiving reports, comrades, that are saying some of your comrades are in relationship with learners. Last year or last financial year, there were 19 of them, and you know what is going to happen to them. We still receive reports that some of you are administering corporal punishment. And you know what the Bella Act says about it. So let us take resolutions about those kind of issues in this conference. And lastly, we are saying go on and push for the implementation of all the good collective agreements that you have signed. Amandla.
Mandla. Comrades, we have 3 items now. I'm going to speak to the Secretariat. They must speak to the report. I'm giving them 1 hour, 30 minutes. Yeah. Yes, I'm giving them 1 hour, 30 minutes. But it's what the Secretary said to me this morning, that he needs 1 hour, 30 minutes. Now I'm going to time him. For the first time, I'll time him. I want to see what he will stick to his words. Because there are 2. It's the Secretary and the Deputy. How they will manage, they'll tell me. So I'm going to present the Secretariat report. Then after that, we will take, oh, by the way, let me do this before I forget. The African National Congress is here, represented by the MEC Agriculture, my former executive mayor Ekaya. Now my MEC of Agriculture, Comrade Ketiwe Mweketsi. Now, it's very nice when you see women in leadership. Angifuni igama elisebenzisayo, women on top. Oh, all right. Thank you, women on top. Thank you, Siamon. All right, thank you, Mgabawa, thank you. We have the team of the Department of Education, led by the former DDG in the province, now head of department, Umam Fundisi, Umama Ulusi Moyani. Yeah. Bengifuna usho njalo ukuthi viva Sadtu. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will introduce the MEC at the time she's coming to speak. For now, she's our guest. It's nice that the African National Congress has deployed women to this Sadtu Provincial Conference. Comrade Secretary, the time is yours now.
Yeah. Amanda. Amanda. Before I start, I want to also acknowledge the presence of the gender convener of the province of the Eastern Cape who arrived last night, Comrade Unotolom Joe. She's seated at the front. Thank you very much. MEC and delegates, this is the province of Mpumalanga that we lead. Ile. Yes, Kombare. Nai, the province. Its true colors are here to be seen. United. United. We might have differences, but the differences are not antagonistic. They are resolvable. We engage. And it's right. Msiazwana si province one. So kuluma na MEC in one voice now. The metric pass rate from page 24, comrades, in your report. Mpumalanga achieved 85.5% in the NSC results of 2025. As you can see, in Mpumalanga, in terms of its positioning within the hierarchy, is declining. Now, Unomarashia is Umganwami Yabon, Ula, Umganwami, no Palawase KZT. I attended the conference. We are Kuluma la Papambi, Nkle la Pa, we are Kuluma te SKZT, Chabuli la si number one. Milang Kle la Pa, Nitumara Minang number one. I think it's nice to say you are number one, comrades. We have to do more. We don't think that the children of Mpumalanga are unable to perform equals to other provinces. We need to improve. So we need that collective effort from ourselves. The principals of schools that are not performing very well, the Department of Education, when we go to the celebrations, you know, when learners, this one achieved 100%, what. Tina, as you know, because it's the politicians who take the credit. Even the traditional leaders, we don't contest that space. But we play no role whatsoever except to be ceremonial. Futimina, uche wam. We are tandal and talk to Gamasutu yabon. Minang stop look to Gisutu Yagolentu Yama result because Nikogela. I play no role. But when it comes to accountability, there's no longer the politicians or what, it's us who must account alone. But the credit does not go to us. And the principals of schools who are not performing, this thing must stop. This thing of calling people to come and account until midnight. Midnight. When they must sit in an office and wait 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, they've not even eaten properly. They are only released at midnight to go home after accounting. This thing must stop. It's humiliating. It must stop. It must stop. We acknowledge that there are principals of schools who are not performing as to how they should. We acknowledge. And some of them are members of the union. We acknowledge that even ourselves, sometimes we do get principals appointed who don't perform. But they must not be humiliated. Actually, even your HR handbook does not provide for accountability until 12 o'clock. There are processes where how you help a person with incapacity. Let's follow it. So in 2026, if people have not performed very well, that's phone. But at 12 o'clock, I'm still here. The contradictions have been sharpened and they must be cured. Marking centers and selection of markers on page 26. We have a draft collective agreement to deal with this one. And we're hoping that it will be hastened. Because this thing of appointment of chief markers and what, it seems like it's controlled seriously by officials in the department. But we know it's because it has remuneration inside. But they don't open the doors. By valid. So we have a draft collective agreement on this thing. We want the department to come to us so that we sit down and say, how do we best manage these processes? And this thing sometimes is centralized even in one area. In that precinct of Riverside, it's centralized there. We can't say it's centralized in Bombela because comrades from Matsulu don't benefit. Comrades from Ngodini or in Tsigazi branch in our own, through our own demarcations, they don't benefit. Comrades from Hazyview, Abangane, it's concentrated in the precinct of that area of Riverside. Nabo Maxa, Kona Lapaya, it's Pambili. Yeah. It's concentrated there. So we need to really open up. There are principals who can be chief markers here. We have them. I can be a chief marker, there's no problem. But I will not be considered because maybe I'm not part of that clique of people who think they are the ones who must own these things. The PEIC regularities on page 27, comrades, is for noting. It's because we do go and sit in meetings where we note what irregularities had happened in the examinations. We're happy that in 2026, 2025, we have not received anything tangible to report on related to Mpumalanga, because Mpumalanga sometimes finds itself in the headlines for wrong reasons around metric results. It's better now in 2025. Internal assessment on grade 1 to 11 on page 28, comrades were indicating that there's a report that indicates in terms of the overview that not all learners write at the end of the year, who start with the beginning of the year, but when the year ends, they are not there. They disappear from the system. Not through attrition, but through other things that happen. Learners don't finish school in a year. Grade 1 to 3 target of 100% pass rate is not yet achieved. Grade 4 to 7 target of 95% pass rate achieved. Grade 8 to 9 target of 95% rate not achieved. Grade 10, 11 target of 83% pass rate not achieved. Within that, we have to do more. The three-stream model. The aim is to provide learners with a foundation exposure to vocational subjects that they can do. So we're ensuring that our learners are not really focused only, almost, a boarding school. And they had very limited subject, very limited, that boarding school. They had biblical studies. History, you do some biology, more you don't know what you are going to study next. And we're saying that our children must not go through the same system of being limited to careers. Perhaps the only thing that you can do is teaching simply because it can take general subjects. But our learners to be able to go to other vocations other than the streamlined ones that ourselves were faced with. On page, I'm moving fast because the chair says I must move fast. On LCSM development, we think that the department does not engage with us in terms of even the kind of textbooks that we want to see in our schools. Ideologically, we're contesting with companies like PSN, who promote an ideological orientation that does not agree with ourselves. And this thing is being forced down our throat to teach learners through textbooks that we ourselves don't agree with. Plus, companies don't even know how to plow back. I'm not speaking about the service providers who procure the books. I'm speaking about the authors of the books. We have companies that are black-owned that produce these things, but they can't get a buy-in. Deputy President Bakasakuluma ngokufunda. Sometimes you must Google this thing of PSN, comrades. PSN. uyifake umntwana wemfana lapha iba yi-PSN. Google that name PSN. You'll find that it's a problem that you carry that textbook when you teach learners with that kind of textbook, with the ideological orientation that they are forcing down our throats. Remember, we said yesterday that our curriculum must prepare our learners even to understand even the history where we come from. So maybe that's something that we can address with the department. On inclusive education, comrades, on page 32, we're reporting on the progress that is happening. We know now that we have agreed that learners, especially learners with learning disabilities, must not be discriminated against. Even in schools, we must make sure that all those learners are included. In terms of SAYS, on page 35, we know that is the South African Council of Educators, but within that, in Mpumalanga, we don't have an office yet for assisting with registration. SAYS perhaps at some point will provide in Mpumalanga with an office, maybe in Witbank or in Middelburg, to make sure that teachers, when they want to register, they don't have to travel to Joburg. But also promoting online registration. It cannot be that when you want the registration, uselu kwatin. Pelamang like 25 kilometers, basically uselu kwatin masela kahle. Physically we might, but uselu kwatin la. When we want to go and register, kumele usukela. Ungene motweni, ufaki petrol, uye Carolina. Uyondlula Wonderfontein or what? Uyobambi N4. Uyongena le kuma lama freeway ase Pitori la confusayo lapha. Malay 96 manje umuntu akasazi ukuthi ma comrades babuya la bathi mina sengilahlekile le. Because i-Centurion ayina clear markings ukuthi uyakuphi. My comrades abuya late, they get lost and come back at 6 o'clock in the evening after getting a Centurion, they drive back here. Where this thing can be done online? Maybe that's what we need to promote. It says CPTD. I know him Gawama Tonsi, especially in Komazi West, Ngayale, my comrades Bank Chelangale CPTD that in Nkinga, this CPTD. But we think that it's manageable now. It's about the acquisition of points. It to assist teachers so that you also have your own path to develop yourselves. But also you must be credited when you are developing yourselves. Skills development, in Mpumalanga, I think the HRD initiatives with skills is lacking a little bit. Mhlambe is issue of budget, I don't know. But Mhlambe will get an explanation very soon because we have counted 2023, 2024, 24, 25, 25, 26. We don't see the normal skills programs that we are used to. Teachers end up participating the same degree level or a diploma level, whereas in the past they could register for a skills program 6 months or a year, you get a certificate, you acquire more skills, because that's what skills development is to assist you to acquire more skills. But in Mpumalanga, it's a bit muted now. In Kinga and perhaps very soon, Kuchemba, because I'm raising this issue that they must address with ourselves. The National Teaching Awards, it's for nothing, comrades. We all know what the NTA awards are, and then people from Mpumalanga are benefiting. Some of them are winning these things. We also reward those from Sadtu itself. We give those who win on behalf of Mpumalanga, number 1 national, we give them incentives to do even better. But you yourselves, comrades, you must enter into these things. You must enter into these things to be considered to win. Most of you are doing very well in your schools. You can't be a principal of a school that is getting 100%. There are no teachers in your schools that can win this thing of NTA. It means they are doing very well. School safety. Teachers in Hazy View are afraid of holding a staff meeting during working hours. Why? Because when they're meeting together in one room, criminals get them seated together in one place. So they say, I might put it in a way that comrades banga smile or because but my comrades are saying, let's limit the chances by meeting outside a tree. Yes, it's a serious thing. Because when they meet in the classroom, there's only one door. Criminals just barricade that door. But But under the tree, it means they will see when the criminals are approaching. How do you run a school like that, comrades? I went to that branch to see what the problems are. And we invited the MEC, former MEC, we invited even the MEC, what do you pronounce it? Masie, Comrade Masie, who went there to speak to the comrades. But the issues are not getting resolved. They still live under the threat of criminality. And actually, it's not only in Hazy View, it's also in Mariti. But my comrades bangamisi izandla na bathi nathi. Because in many areas, criminals find teachers an easy target. The first thing you know that they are not armed. Secondly, they are with children. So in a school with 400 learners, you know you are going to get only 15 adults and children. So you can do whatever you want. And the police station, even if they call the police station, they ask you first, can't you run away? Is there something you can do now? Some schools employ a security guard. We know that it's going to be difficult for the department to employ a security guard for every school. The budget does not agree. But some schools then improvise and say, and this old man knows they will shoot him or something. So you preserve life. I'm not sure department, Angaga's department, saying anything creative around school safety and how we can help teachers to be. I've not heard anything creative. It's only the normal dogmatic approach or rhetoric. You repeat the things, safety, we're going to speak to the police station. We're not even advised how to handle these things. Teachers don't even know how to survive a robbery. And after being robbed, yeah, no, it's fine. And we can't blame the HOD and MEC for these things because you employ people to help you with these things. The people who are supposed to respond to these kind of things. Second managers should know how to respond better to crises like this. Second coordination should know how to respond better to this. Districts should know how to respond better to this kind of challenges. Sadtu, on page 37, Sadtu is taking, I think, 1 rand or 2 rands from your subscription per month. He invests in what we call the Curtis Nkondo Professional Development Institute. She are trained at Sadtu. We train our own. We train heavily. Many teachers here, members here will attest to the benefit that they've seen. Now, for example, the first one that we did, it's amongst many, I'm not going to read all of them, but what we did also had the SACE collaboration to support ECD practitioners in 2022 through the Sadtu Curtis Nkondo Institute. This institute is assisting with teacher development. It's funded, self-funded. As money from anyone. We've also assisted with the unplugged coding and robotics in 2022. Sarana Master Teacher Training 2022. Science Afuti Coding and Robotics to the Visually Impaired and LSN Schools 2023. That's learners with special education needs. We ran that one. We have run a program on assessment for learning on page 40. On page 41, science coding and baseline assessment for foundation phase. Science and mathematics and coding for InterCen in 2024. We ran a program on entrepreneurship to teach our children how to be entrepreneurs, but without being capitalist. To be an entrepreneur simply means being creative, to create the flow of money, but without trying to maximize the money, all the money to yourself. As this exploiter. When you run a shop and the shop is making 17 rands profit, but 7 zibakubala, but 12 rand when obambelo 5. That's what we teach them. Don't give them 5 obambelo 12. But expect them to even do the work more hours. It's not possible. Sarana is Sadtu NCT collaboration on AFL for school learners, leaders 2024. Sadtu NCT on AFL for school leaders in 2025. So we're doing a lot on these things. For teacher development, Chair, we're also speaking that we know that when we speak of teacher development ideologically, what we mean is that when a teacher, when the teacher is like water. I give this example. I just repeat it. You take a pot of water, put it in a kettle, switch on the kettle. After 10 minutes, 20 minutes, it's not that water changes shape. It leaps from one stage to the other. It does not remain water. It becomes steam. You take water, do the reverse, and put it in a freezer. It takes a new shape. It does not become water. It becomes ice. It leaps from one stage to the other. We want teachers to be like that, to leap from one stage to the other, qualitatively. Qualitatively. After 12 years, you still are Luto. But they say you are a teacher. It can't happen. And when the department has the skills to assist you, the resources rather to assist you. So a leap from one stage to the other, that qualitative change in quality. And a change in quality means the components of that thing are no longer the same as they were previously. That's a quality change. The components are changing. Sazwana comrades will be assisted. We reach there here, and Sadtu has a role. We're playing a role here increasingly with the department to assist them with this thing. We have participated in the Teacher Development Summit. We have given ideas. And we'll move quickly. We're going to page 48, professional learning communities. The minister did promulgate on these things together with subject committees in 2024, and this has been initiated to review the guidelines for the implementation of PLCs to address the gaps. As Sadtu, we're advocating for the formation of the PLCs to improve learning in schools. On the curriculum, there's 3 streams model, that's why I spoke about it. Focus on academic, vocational, and occupational training. On page 56, mother tongue-based bilingual education. We want learners to learn mathematics in Swati. We want them to learn Ngesindebele and many other languages that are there in the province. Because our province is not homogeneous. It's not homogeneous. This bottle of water is homogeneous. No matter you change it like that or it remains the same quantity and quality. But Tina Mosfagala, Watola, abanye bakhuluma isiNdebele la. Abanye bakhuluma iSwati la. Abanye bakhuluma isiXhosa la. We are not the same. And the development of these languages must follow that. We can't prioritize other languages over others. All languages are equal. So when we pursue this thing, we make sure that all languages are promoted equally. Page, Yachamba. Anyway, we're going to page 67, comrades. Inclusive schools. Like we've indicated, all children will be welcomed in all public schools and that they will be supported to develop their full potential irrespective of background, abilities, gender, and race. The challenges that we see in these schools is that many of the learners are in care centers and there are mixed feelings about moving those learners to public school spaces. Some centers are registering as independent schools, but some parents are taking their learners back to the care centers. We'll have a recommendation from Sadtu on that one. On page 72, we speak about the assessment and examinations, that there is a proposal from the DBE to reintroduce common assessments like annual national assessment into the system that currently goes against national protocols and policy on assessment. Ne kumbuli ana comrade. Le ana le. Saibula ala muslento. Now there's an attempt to bring it through the back door. And we're saying that we're going to resist that thing because we prefer a systemic evaluation more than ana. Saibula ala lentole. And what we prefer is on page 74. This is our preferred model. Angifundi kakhulu comrades. I just jump quickly. Chair, we also go to page 82 and deal with the promotion and progression learner assessment section number 1 of 2025. Sadtu supports the circular that has been issued and will engage with the DBE on the matter to expedite the review of the promotion of the progression requirements for GTE. On national certificate for adults, we know that some adults who are 19, 20 abakhoni ukuthola certificate because the age does not agree with them, but there's also an attempt to make sure that they get at least a matric certificate. Manibuga Moja Love. There's that channel Moja Love. There's nothing that people insult each other more than a metric in life. I want a metric, you know, people say that. Because it's a standard in metric. But I got a metric or even if metric. So you want to bridge that gap and ensure that people get a metric just to give them that dignity. So this is still a pending matter, comrades. We're just saying, note it, that it's a matter that is still in the pipeline, just to assist with that. The Bella Bill, we know that the Bella Act has now been promulgated. And I think that the best thing that we need to worry about from administrators and even the political heads of departments is the regulations. At the regulations, where the minister might try to reverse or blunt the achievements of the Bella Act. To reverse some of these things through the regulations. You must guard these things, comrades. Even the administrators, you must remember that we're not shy in saying this thing. The minister is from a party that opposed the Bella Act from the start. And was even embarrassed. Did not even want to attend the signing of the Bella Act itself. Did not want to attend when this. Normally, most MECs and ministers will go and surround the president when he's signing this thing. Our minister did not want to attend this thing. I'm not sure about seven minister, but it's a tale that I must sit down with the MEC one day. Sababu ze bonke la MEC. Seven no minister with DA. How does it? How do you work? It's something. It must be a nice story to hear. One day, we're not saying the MEC has chair today. No, one day, we want to hear how they are working with the minister. But they must be careful to guard that the minister does not do this thing. As Sadtu itself says, I guard the regulations. I'm not sure if you have seen several times where the General Secretary writes letters to the minister to warn her not to do 1, 2, 3 because you'll be violating the law. Say, I guard the lentole. Of course, you must troll these documents that the department is issuing. So that's so that bang is shy. In National School Nutrition Program, and SNP. Well, learners sometimes are served meals in an undignified fashion. Sometimes but ourselves, MEC, we've never been trained how to serve people food. We've never been served to handle food. The only food we know how to handle is the one we cook at our homes, and we don't worry how we handle it. Whether we've washed our hands or not, it's not a worry because it's us who eat it. We know how to handle our own food. But now we're forced as teachers to serve learners food at break time. We're forced. It's not a job we're trained to do. But teachers, instead of being in a class in 8 o'clock, it's break time for them to go and have a meal and a break and rest and drink water and speak to themselves, have a conversation with themselves about themselves and their lives. They are forced to go now and look at food for learners. They are forced. They can't rest. That's why so many teachers have been out. They can't rest. 30 minutes break. After 30 minutes, the principal is on their necks. Umire lapa, looking very principal. Looking very principal. They must all go to class. If you are late, you get scolded or you get disciplined. But you've only got 10 minutes to eat because you have been tending to learners' food. And because they are parents themselves, they do it. It's pro bono. They do it pro bono, but it's not their job. And nobody, I've never heard people saying, thank you, teachers. Thank you for feeding these learners. We know the only job you have to do is curriculum delivery in the school, discipline and other things. But say, comrades, Baba beans, Baba love brown. You know, comrades. Hey. All those things. Everything. And we have not heard even a single word of gratitude from the department that says, thank you very much for these sacrifices you are making. And actually, we want to know, is this arrangement infinite? Is this infinite? That we must now go to university and ask in the curriculum to train a teacher, they must put a module on how to help learners to feed during break time. Is this thing infinite? Is this thing unending? So this is until. Then we need a module on food handling. You can be sued. You can be sued as a teacher if during break something happens wrong with the eating. You can be sued. Ube respondent. First respondent, department. Second respondent, Walter is. That you allegedly 1, 2, 2, 2, 2 did this and that. Why are teachers next to pots? Because the pots are home. Why are teachers next to pots? But secondly, as speaking only about learners, we also speak about ourselves. We are not supposed to appropriate the food of learners for our own benefit at home. We are not supposed to do that. Teachers are expected to get a salary. You are expected to go there with your own meal and everything. We are not expected to hamba nescaftin and ensure that ufaga something is kaftin we are not so endly. It's not expected of us. Once you do that, it's thievery. It's theft. And it actually constitutes misconduct. Some of our members, or some teachers, not our members of Sadtu, because these things are across the board. The temptation does not know membership of a union. Some people take even school stationery home. I'm a tissue, my scholar, for supply the staff room. Some take these things, which are one per day. One per day, we are one per day, we are at the end of the month, you have 30. So in a year, a person could have appropriated 200 tissue rolls from the school. Comrades, I'm just indicating examples of when we become people who are not who no longer have a proper conscience of being teachers. We must not do it. Because a department about some of these things that we are doing. There are people who are being charged with such things, comrades. But charged with tissue. The last issue that I will handle on this matter, Chair, is the school calendar. It's a competency. It's a competency of national office. We are saying that each and every year, comrades, the department does consult on the school calendar. We do have. But we are happy that we have now removed this thing of inland and coastal regions, and it was creating a lot of problems for us. But it's now being managed very well. In terms of review of the Funza Lushaka Bazari program, we know that a lot of our people have benefited from it, but the way it's conceptualized, must it remain the same now? Perhaps we need to change the way it is conceptualized without removing the need to train teachers through a bursary scheme. Because a lot of young people who want to become teachers, the funds to train them at home are not there, and the bursaries are scarce. So the department has intervened. But perhaps we need to look at how we can assist. Number one, we need to look at how we can align Ifunza Lushaka with our developmental objectives as a department. Rural education. Comrades who teach in the rural areas were expected to receive a rural allowance. Some time ago, Mpumalanga never paid even a single day. Yes, a year of 5 rural allowance, Sangai told even a single day. I've been to rural areas. I've been to an area but in Holomdini, next to Standerton. It's a farm area. When you get into the classroom, the only thing you smell is the manure of the animals all day. If it rains, it's a bit of a respite. But when the water dries up and the heat comes back, the contradictions of the water and the heat and the what, they create a smell. And the learners, every day I'm asking, you learning under this person, what can we do? There are 60 in a classroom. 60. They have only six classes. 60. Perhaps 61, 62, not exactly 60, but 61, 65 here and there. They've never received a single time in rural allowance. But if the department has been happy not to give us. Uhlahla can attest. Have you ever been one day? No, Undala can look at the files. Have you ever paid rural allowance even a single day? Never. There are rural areas, comrades. And I asked them, what is the definition of a rural area? But I say, no, if an area has a post office, it's not rural. Baringi? Umagune ATM, a Capitec, and a post office is not rural. So to be deeply rural, you don't need all those things. We disagree with that kind of description. But it does not matter because rural allowance is gone, comrades. But we're thinking that the department must look at how do we incentivize teachers to remain in the rural areas. We cannot all be in Mbombela. We cannot all go to Nelspruit. Who must teach the learners? Le chipis rifile. Eskoleni saka treasurer tintlonta. U treasurer we national. Tintlonta. Isamuele evidim gun. Tintlonta. Tini? Yo nyanyizwa mara comrade. Hey. Ngaya le emangweni. Emangweni. Can't remember the school spell. But when you go there, if it's raining, you can't drive around. It's rural. No one is thanking you for all those things, comrade. As I close the report, Chair, we're closing on ECD, on education. We think that the function shift is going very well. But as in Mpumalanga, we think that we made progress with the 2015 agreement. You know, there was a 2015 agreement that Mpumalanga pioneered to train ECD practitioners, to train them through I think the University of Northwest, so that they get a qualification. Some of them are here today. They are full teachers, no longer practitioners. They are here. The number, when this thing was started, the number was close to thousands and thousands. Now it has been reduced to hundreds. So it's no longer 4 figures, it's now 3 figures. And these are some of the achievements that we don't speak about. We achieved that ourselves. We approached the department, they said, help us, these practitioners are crying. You can have a practitioner who's 55 years old, in 60 years at in your Puma system, I have nothing. But I've been teaching Labantuana Lava as a practitioner for 15 years. We said, let's help. And the intervention has assisted. Now, what Deputy Secretary will handle the labor and socio-economic issues. I'll come back with the organizational issues, then we close the report. KB? Or do you want my copy? No. Okay. Sure.
No, thank you very much, PS. Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, comrades, once more. Mandla. Comrades, we'll start from page 101. I think the foundation has already been laid when the provincial manager of ELRC was indicating that we are having a formal program, in fact, a formal platform where we actually engage on serious issues. Now, this is a platform where we become more technical instead of being more political. And this is a platform that actually determines the actual relations between us as well as employer. Because this is where we are actually able to gauge if employer is willing to address some of the serious issues that we are facing or not. So this report would actually touch on a number of those issues that are actually taking place. On page 101 and 102, what we're actually indicating, Chair, is that in as much as we are in a platform where we are engaging with the employer, we are mindful of the fact that we are coming from a different background. In essence, employer is coming from a background where his focus or her focus is in terms of how their resources are protected. So every time we engage with the employer, the focus will only be on how the finances of department can be saved as much as possible. Whereas our perspective is somewhat different. Because we are coming from a background where our focus is what is transpiring in the classroom. So in essence, this is where we are actually contradicting with the employer, but it's the kind of a relationship where we must move forward nonetheless, even if we are differing. On page 102, we're actually sharing, because this is some of the information that you should be aware of, comrades. How the ELRC is constituted, it is in terms of the vote weights. Now, all the union in the Education Labor Relations Council, they participate in this platform. Now, reality and the fact of the matter is that Sadtu is the leading union in that particular platform. So we have shared those kind of details. We are 76% in terms of representation, and other unions collectively so, they accumulate 24%. Now, when you translate this, it says to you, almost every decision that is taking place in the ELRC is a product of Sadtu. But the reality is that majority of these comrades, when they poach or when they recruit members, they use these achievements and claim to be theirs. Why? Because it's an opportunity to them. What they've realized is that almost every time we achieve, but we don't share this achievement with yourselves. You'll find a situation where the site steward is not fully conversant with some of these collective agreements. Whereas these collective agreements are product of our thoughts at Sadtu. It's us who are leading them, it's us who can interpret them even better. So, as you engage, comrades, in commissions and so forth, engage with the understanding that we need to digest, we need to own up to some of this. So I'll propose that perhaps you start to engage on some of the programs in terms of how you can assist us to make it a point that we cascade this information down to site steward where it's supposed to be. At the level of the province, we are having a team. The team is composed as indicated on page 102. So all your regional secretaries collectively so, we are part of this team that is directly engaging with the employer. And this team is collectively responsible for all this achievement that we are going to report on. On 102 as well, Chair, we are sharing in terms of the post-provisioning. We are starting with this one because this is the bone of contention. This is the gist of the matter. Because there's no way that we can start any engagements without teachers. How many teachers are supposed to be in the classroom? Now, as much as we give the background in summary, what we want to share with yourselves, comrades, is that the process towards the 2026 post-establishment has been the most difficult of them all. The most difficult of them all. As to why, because even ourselves, we don't have proper answers, we do not know. But our request is simple, comrades. One, we are simply saying to employer, results that you are claiming collectively, so it's a product of what is taking place in the classroom. So the primary responsibility is to ensure that in the classroom there are adequate teachers. Is to make it a point that every class there is a teacher in front. So when we engage at some point, when we differ, when we become harsh on issue of PPN, ours is simply to make it a point that there should be someone in the classroom. So we had an agreement, employer presented to say, no, by the 10th of April, a new PPN will be issued. It has not yet been issued. Nonetheless, it's late. Even the 10th of April, it's late. This is a legislated item. Post-provisioning, comrades, it's not a courtesy. It's legislated. Now, when it says 10-day statistics, our understanding is that 10 days immediately after we reopen, so that principals at school level, they will be able to properly plan and manage. Because in absence of that, the very same results that we want, we are not going to achieve. So as much as there's been a number of challenges in terms of the PPN and the process leading to the PPN, ours, it's an emphasis that please, employer, hear us. For more than a decade in Mpumalanga, we have been sitting with the same pool of educators, around 32,687. When the chief director responsible for PPN, when we were still the provincial secretary, the number was still the same. Even today, the number is still the same. What we appreciate is that in the latest presentation, they indicated that they were going to assist us with a certain number of posts, about 90 or close to 100. Even though they are saying those will be ad hoc posts. So we'll still pressure more that you permanent them. On page 103, we have shared the details, comrades, in terms of how the PPN is actually approached this current year. Now, from that particular pool of 32,600, they then insert information on the system. The system will then distribute the post. But then post to that, what we are sharing is that the department will then look in terms of certain priorities to say, above what has been offered at school level, these are some of the assistance that the employer has done. On page 102, all your MSTA schools in the province, we have 101 of them. Employers committed to add 2 additional posts. Now, translation is this. When you see the PPN certificate, if it says you are having 13 educators, if you are an MSTA, it's supposed to be 13 plus additional 2. So that 2 is not going to be reflected on the post-provisioning. So request it. All 59 schools who had lost post, they were then given 1 additional post. In fact, all of them who have lost, let's say, 1 HOT post, they were all being allocated additional post. All your 344 posts, schools who have lost a post, they've also been given additional ones. Now, when we close, the latest presentation was this. According to the allocation in terms of the number of posts vis-a-vis the total number of learners that we are having, employers indicating to us that it is 1,073,792. Now, in this total number, you must be mindful, comrades. In this total number, there is a huge number of undocumented learners. And the legislation dictates that those learners, we have a responsibility. In fact, department is having a responsibility to offer them an education. So some of the questions that we are seriously asking the employers, whether or not when you distribute this post, are you considerate of these material conditions or not? Are you considerate that some of these learners are actually not properly registered? So the latest teacher-learner ratio, as it is shared, comrades, is 1:33. This translates that the employer is saying, for every 1 educator, he should be in front of 33 learners. You will adjudicate on that, because we know that the reality is otherwise. Page 104, Chair, we are sharing in terms of the appointment of educators, specifically the post-level PL1 educators. Now, the very same Congress, comrades, in 2022, you took a resolution that there is unbalance or imbalance or inconsistencies or favoritism between educators who are self-funded and those who are funded through the Funza Lushaka. And yourselves, you have resolved that all of us, we are educators. In fact, those who are self-funded are more in need, more than those of Funza Lushaka. So we took that as a resolution. We canvassed that even at national level. It became even the resolution of national. As we speak, it's a matter that is closed. There is a resolution in terms of ELRC Collective Agreement 2 of 2024, which has been signed. Now, according to that collective agreement, all new educators are treated the same. So if you are a first entrant, whether Funza Lushaka, whether you started through the funds of your parents, whether you started through your own funds, you are all treated the same. Now, these are some of the victories that we must claim as Sadtu. These are the product of this kind of meetings that we are seated. The decentralization of the appointments of PL1 educators. Now, there were circulars at some point which were issued, specifically around the period of 2022. Some of these directives were issued indicating that no, moving forward, the appointment of educators will be done at head office. Now, you are at school level as the principal. You must appoint a teacher. But you are told or the actual appointment is supposed to be approved at head office. Is there logic? Because the reality of the matter is that whoever who is responsible to sign that particular approval, one, they are forever not in the office due to other commitments. So we are seated with a conundrum where we'll find ourselves, a school will sit 3 months without an educator. In instances where principals are taking decisions to appoint, department will come and say, the appointment will be effective from the date of the signatory. In other words, the person will start in January. But if the appointment letter is signed in March, that particular person will be told, you'll receive salary from March. Now, these are some of the issues that we had to seriously engage with the employer. We persuaded the employer, comrades. As we speak, the latest HRM directive, I think it was around June 2024, the indication was that now this issue has been decentralized to district managers. But there's still a concern, and we must register this concern. Fortunately, Babundal is here. And it's yourselves who are sharing this concern. We are not representing ourselves, we are representing you. There are still concerns in terms of the business processes. Because what comrades are indicating is that as much as in paper the business process is a productive document that says, the appointment will take place within a very short period of time. 3 months, this shall happen. 3 days, this shall happen. 5 days. But the reality is that is not the case. So, one way or the other, the status quo still remains, where you'll find the whole month passes. There's no teacher or the teacher is not yet appointed. We are presenting this, we are requesting you to meet us halfway. Page 104, 105, Chair. The translation of temporary educators. Now, there is a national collective agreement 4 of 2018, which was also amended sometime in 2024 to become 2 of 2024. And we must share the genesis of this collective agreement. The collective agreement, comrade, says, once a teacher is appointed within 3 months, provided that teacher is on a substantive post, he can be temporary for 3 months. But immediately after 3 months, the legislation dictates that the person should be permanent dead. It's a legislation. It's a product of a court judgment. Now, when we seated down with the employer, engaged employer to say, the court said, we then developed this at national level, this collective agreement. So, it's not a courtesy that a teacher should be translated, they should be permanented within a certain period of time. It's a must. And you must make it a point, comrades. It's you at site level. Assist us. Because we can only agree on this collective agreement, but in terms of the actual implementation of them, It's you at size steward level. Now, if you are having a temporary teacher, a new teacher, follow that particular person. Follow that particular person. Without even giving that particular person a membership form, recruiting him. Start by engaging him. Have you received your salary? Are you permanented? If not, it's your duty to follow up. We are only giving you these tools. We engage for these tools. So we have shared a bit of a background, comrades, to say even before that national collective agreement in Mpumalanga, we had our own arrangements because in 2016 we have signed our own agreement to say, no, as in Mpumalanga, let's have a way in terms of how we can translate. Now, when this collective agreement find us in the process, we had to be in a situation where we are saying, okay, Mpumalanga is seated with a huge number of comrades who are temporary. And now the collective agreement has been signed in 2018. We then started a project where we said, as the province, we said, no, let's start with these who have been in the system for some time, so that they become priority in terms of the translation. Then thereafter, we come to the rest, and we properly follow. Now, it is in the report, comrades. We are done with the comrades who are there. Those who have been in the system since 2016, because we started that project and whatever, and they are all they are all translated. Now, what must happen is that now moving forward, the collective agreement 4 should be implemented as it is. And collective agreement 4 says this, comrades. In fact, not necessarily 4. The 4 of 2016. Because we are sharing this because these two collective agreements, the other one says within 3 months you should be translated. The other one says, which is for, I think it's on page 106, the other one will say, excess educators should then be identified. Now, the process of excess, it cannot be separated somehow from the process of PPN. So you should be able to understand and juxtapose the two of them. Now, what 4 of 2016 is saying is this. Every 3 years, comrades, you're emphasizing this. It says 36 months. Educators should be those who are in excess. Now, we can identify educators this year, first year. We can identify educators second year. But the actual placement should take place after 3 years. Now, we are sharing this with yourselves because what we have noticed amongst others is the inconsistencies in terms of the districts. Other districts, they will do willy-nilly. Well, we understand that partly we are part of the problem because we are dealing with the problem of permanency, but moving forward, comrades, things should happen as they are. Page 106 as well, Chair. In terms of the grade R practitioners, these are some of the issues which became the product of this Congress. You resolved that grade R practitioners should be taken into consideration. Now, this is long way before the National can start to engage on this issue. National took a decision last year through the collective agreement 2 of 2025 in terms of the grade R. Now, they were influenced by the Bella Act. But here in Mpumalanga, we have long started the program of dealing with the grade R practitioners. I think Pierce briefly touched this. Because on page 107, we are sharing with yourselves to say, around 2015, when we were actually starting with this program, we had about 2,063 grade R practitioners. Now, they were in front of these learners with qualifications which are not at par. Now we approached employer to say, let's professionalize these grade R practitioners. Long way back. And indeed, through these engagements at ELRC, we resolved an employer gradually, comrades, professionalized these educators or these grade R practitioners. Now, we are sharing the statistics and what have you from page 107 until page 108. But what we are indicating is that since the program started, we had a particular number which were taken to go and study. Now, some of them, they were at NQF level 3, 4, 5, and what have you. So they were gradually taken to NQF level 6, your diploma in terms of grade R. So they had a grade R diploma. Now, this is where the advantage is, and we must claim this. Once that particular teacher reached that level of a diploma in grade R at NQF level 6, what is happening in Mpumalanga is that they are all translated into grade R teachers. So they don't have that degree, but they receive the similar or close benefits to yourselves as teachers. The only point that we should all collectively manage, comrades, is that in terms of the legislation, they are only limited to grade R for now. Because Bella indicates it's clear in terms of who should be in front of learners. But as from last year, we then started to take them further. Majority of them, as we speak, they are studying through different institutions for B.Ed foundation phase. We have shared the statistics on page 108. Now, these are victories that you only see in Mpumalanga through Sadtu, and through yourselves, through the decisions that you then took. On page 108, we have also shared in terms of how many of them were translated. Now, the indication is that as much as we started with about 2,063, where we are seated currently is that about 86% of them, they are now translated, they are receiving a proper salary instead of a stipend. We're only seated with a number of about 303 or so. Even that 303 and what have you, majority of them, they are at age of above 55 and. The concern nonetheless, HOD, Babundal, is that those 300 that are still remaining, which are unable somehow to study, it is pity to us that they leave the system just like that. There is no pension fund, there is nothing. We know you'll cry about budget limitations, but these are some of the realities of those who have devoted their time to department. We have presented this matter, comrades, to say, can you start engagements in terms of how they can benefit? Page 109, Chair. MSTA, this is another product. You see, you are reporting back to yourselves. This is a product of this Congress. Yes, nationally there is a decision in terms of focus schools. Every province is having focus schools. So in Mpumalanga, the focus schools are actually your MSTA, Maths and Science. Now, there was a point when we were seriously engaged by yourselves. And you give us, amongst others, two responsibilities to say, one, as a Sadtu, you must make it a point that we review the MSTA. Of course, not us, but the employer through us, that the MSTA is reviewed. You were generally giving us a general approach to say there should be a 70-80 approach. And you gave us concerns, comrades, which are genuine, that some of these schools are isolated. In some areas, it is only one high school in that particular area, and that high school is termed the MSTA. So in literal terms, it says all learners in that particular area are forced to study mathematics. There's nothing wrong with mathematics. And it's a context that we must emphasize. Sadtu is not anti-mathematics. We are not necessarily anti-mathematics. But what we are persuading is that this good concept that we must have engineers, we must have mathematicians, should be implemented considering the conditions. So it should not be on paper. So we are reporting to you, comrades, that amongst others, we seriously engaged employer. In some of the engagements on page 109, this is what we presented to employer to say, no. These are the facts that comrades are indicating. That your selection criteria of this Maths and Science is not known. It's improper. The inability of learners, that all of them, they must study Maths. So that flexibility to choose was not there. Training for all this. Look, not every teacher who teaches Maths is fully conversant with the content. The reality is that you can be a good person in terms of mathematics yourself, you pass. But in terms of translating knowledge to learners, you still need some training. And you raised this, comrades, we presented this to employer. To say, amongst others, the training of these teachers should be a priority. We said you should be considerate that once you say mathematics, science, and what have you, there should be adequate resources for those schools. Because mathematics is not only, or science is not only a theory subject, but there should be practice as a result. Now, we are sharing with yourselves, comrades. We presented this, and amongst others, employer responded. Because what you propose is that, no, the Congress is saying, no, 70-30. The Congress is saying, no, be considerate of the subjects and what have you. So they have responded, comrades. The curriculum have changed. They have added other subjects which were not initially part of the curriculum of your MSTA. They are there. Your geography and others amongst, they are there. Because one of the issues which is critical that we have raised, you'll find that there are high schools in a particular area, and there is a TVET campus, for an example, in the same area. Some of these learners, when they exit here, they want to go and pursue their career in engineering. But you'll find some of these TVETs, comrades, will say, no, for you to start at particular NQF level in civil engineering, you must have some of the subjects, for an example, your engineering, graphic, and designs. Subjects which were not part initially of the MSTA concept. So as we speak, some of those subjects, they are now included. We have shared that chair on page 109, page 110, a list of subjects which were. So one way or the other, as much as we are saying there's still a bit of work to be done, but we appreciate the response in terms of how the employer responded. We said MSTA, maths is a difficult subject. Employer responded that, no, it's fine, let's agree that all MSTA will get additional 2 educators. We sat down with the employer and identified all the isolated schools. Now, the term of all isolated school is what you told us to say, no, a particular school somewhere there is the only school. And so we termed them the isolated schools. And we were able to provide in terms of the principle. We agreed to say, no, all of these isolated schools, they should be removed from the list of MSTA. And we can report, comrades, that the reports that we are receiving is that a number of them have been removed. In some instances, where there is MSTA, there should be a nearby school, which is a non-MSTA school, so that learners within that proximity, they should be allowed that flexibility to choose. We have shared a detailed report on page 110, Chair. The issue of vetting on page 110, this is a national matter as well, comrades. In fact, it's an act. It's an act. Your Criminal Law Amendment Act is the one that actually gave effect to, in fact, Criminal Law Act as well as Child Protection Act, if I'm correct. So they started this thing of National Registry of Sex Offenders. Now, what it means is that if you have that particular criminal record relating to those kind of offenses, you will then be registered in that register. And one of the unfortunate is that you are then deemed unfit to be in front of learners once you are found to be in that particular list. So the process of vetting, it is actually intended, look, comrades, in every sector, we must agree that if we are saying education or teaching is a profession, in every sector, professionals are supposed to meet certain standards. We must agree to that. Because there's no way Sadtu that will sit here and say, no, we are protecting culprits to be in front of that. We have the responsibility to protect those learners as well. So what we are also persuading yourselves is that because the program of vetting, it is moving at a very snail pace, we know there are challenges that we have raised in terms of who takes the responsibility for payments and what have you and what have you. And we presented to the employer. An employer took the responsibility. We know it's a process. So as you engage, share with us what are some of these challenges so that when you sit with them, we can then agree in terms of how do we resolve them. But the status quo and the challenge is that from total employment of about 87,000 from this province, we are moving at a very snail pace. Only about 7,000 or so of teachers have submitted this particular certificates, this NARSO certificates. So chances are that, comrades, we might be seated with the perpetrators in front of learners. It's a danger. Not only to learners, it might be to yourselves as colleagues, if they are capable to do certain things. Page 111 is QMS chair. It's a performance management system. We have agreed on that. It's divided into two. There is that of the school-based and there is that of the office-based. Now, there is a great progress, comrades, compared to how this QMS was implemented. If you can notice, there's a serious, I think for the past 2 years or so, there's a serious improvement in terms of even us, how we are receiving reports and what have you. But we are also requesting yourselves, comrades, challenges in terms of this implementation, share with us so that we can be able to engage employer and share with the employer. Page 111, the draft collective agreement in terms of on your appointment of markers. Now, what agitated this was a practice that we have observed in this province. We have noticed a situation where you will find markers, for an example, you receive a letter, you are appointed, a particular teacher, you are appointed for a particular subject, you will go and mark. Just before you go to a marking center, some of them worse, when they at the marking center, they then receive a different letter to say your appointment has been revoked. Now you must return. And mind you, the cost to go and from, they are yours. Now, we don't seriously engage employer to say, no. As much as we agree, we don't want to co-govern with the employer, but we have the responsibility to protect the interest of our members. Now, we then persuaded the employer to say, we must have a collective agreement that is going to dictate terms in terms of how educators are going to be appointed and how they are going to be revoked. Not what is currently happening, that somebody somewhere can just take a decision to say, remove so and so and what have you. Look, comrades, we are not saying we protect teachers who are found to be involved in matters of assisting learners to copy on the exam and what have you. No. We are not saying that. But we are simply saying, if there is a misconduct, a particular teacher has done 1, 2, 3, processes are in place, an employer is supposed to follow those particular processes. So what was happening is that employer will simply say, in the area of Hlabela, I'm having a certain number of schools. They have identified certain irregularities. Mind you, they are still going to investigate. But employer will take a decision to say, no, teachers from that particular areas, let's revoke all their markers, their appointment letters. That can't be acceptable. So this collective agreement, comrades, seeks to actually advance that to say, no, things should be done in a more progressive manner that is actually protecting the interest of members, that is protecting as well the dignity of those members. Page 102, 112, Chair, the matter of housing allowance. Look, comrades, there are some of you who received the letters suddenly to say, no, you owe employer a certain amount of money. Some of you 42,000 and what have you. Now, when you see it and follow this matter, majority of you received calls from officials. Your responsibility is to be in the class. Now, if you receive a call from an official and official is saying, hey, comrade so and so, you have not yet applied for housing allowance. It's your benefit, it's your right. The person is advising you, no, just send me your ID number. Not even a copy of ID. Just send me your ID number. We'll do miracles. And then from those miracles, you will benefit. And indeed, some of you have benefited, comrades. But not because you are aware that you are actually being misled into some criminal activities. Now, there were officials who saw an opportunity in this benefit that is truly yours. Officials at the offices who are responsible to administer this and make it a point that we are benefiting. Now, You received a letter that says you owe 42,000, but some of you reality is that what you received is around 20,000, 15,000 and what have you. Because they were depositing 15,000 to you and take the rest. And it's 6, 7 people who benefited out of that. Now, we then came to employer and say, but let's look at this matter. Are teachers beneficiaries here, or are they complacent here, or are they actually victims of these processes? Because you are going to pay 40,000 when you receive 15,000. I know you are misinformed. But what we like, Chair, about Sadtu members is that majority of them, in fact all of them, they responded to say, no, it's fine, we understand. We'll assist, we'll repay back the money. And in terms of the reports, HOT, majority of them, they paid back the money. We are a bit dissatisfied and seriously worried that beyond that, still, some of them received letters to be charged. You are a victim in the process, you have been charged. We engage this, no, we engage this, no, and our understanding from where we are seated is that there are legislations in place. For an example, if an employer can pay a particular teacher by error, it is defined as erroneous payment because the person was not actually committing any crime. But there was an error from the side of employer to pay that person. And how you approach the matter is that you engage with the person and inform him, no, you owe department a certain amount of money. So our point was that educators, they are actually victims in this process. And how it should be approached? It should be approached exactly in that particular fashion, that payments were made to them erroneously so. They should commit in terms of paying the money back, but not actually in terms of charging them. Employer might say, no, I'm only going to give them a notice and what have you. But it's a trauma. Some of them, they've never been to cases. They've never been told that, no, you have been charged and what have you. So it's traumatized. So we are still engaging with the employer. We are persuading the employer. Chair, still on page 112, we are sharing other matters at national level. These are collective agreements, comrades, which were shared at national level, 112, 113. For the past period of time, familiarize yourselves with some of these collective agreements. Look, if there is a need, comrades, so that yourselves as the site steward, we can be fully conversant. We've got enough resources as the union. Through the line function, invite us. We sit down with your site stewards. We unpack these collective agreements. So that as such, all of us, we can be properly understanding these collective agreements. So that we can be in a better position to implement them. Similar to PEM, some other regions and branches, they'll just call us, hey, can we have a program in terms of engaging our members in a proper understanding of PEM, so that we are not seated here at the office, comrades, and we receive grievances about the allocation of workload, for an example. Those are petty issues which are there in PEM, which are supposed to be administered and approached in terms of PEM. So where there is a gap, identify this gap, generate programs so that you can be able to close that particular gap. 113, there are discussions in terms of the proposed collective agreement for the review of the minimum requirements for promotional post. Now there is a challenge with this particular approach, because what this collective agreement seeks to say is that, hey, moving forward, you will be told that before you can be HOD, you must have a certain minimum number of years as a teacher. It is understandable. But moving forward, it's also saying, for you to be a deputy, it is mandatory that you shall have served as an HOD for a certain minimum number of years. For you to be a principal, you shall have served as a deputy for a certain number of years. Now, this is not a logical approach, because it is somehow inconsiderate that some of you are PL1 educators, but you are having master's degree. You are advancing yourself in terms of better understanding, not even only curriculum delivery, but even management. So we see, or we saw a gap somehow in terms of this approach, but this is a matter that is actual at national level in terms of engagement. And we can report in page 113, 114, comrades, that there was an approach through the ELRC of the verification as well as the investigation on the allegations of selling of post. Now the position of Sadtu is clear. There are no posts which are for sale. You don't sell possession. If you are doing it as a Sadtu member, you are doing it by yourself. Don't drag Sadtu in this process. We agreed that no, ELRC come. As Sadtu, we support this. Let's come, let's investigate. If there are any allegations in terms of selling of posts, let's unroot the cause. We are still going to receive a report, comrades. But what we can tell ourselves is that if you are found to be in this, well, we have a duty to represent you, is what we'll do. But we can't defend you. If evidence is enough that you partook in the process, you benefited alone. We are not there. Workshop chair in terms of the implementation of the collective agreements. This is what is actually taking place at national level. Time and again, comrades are called to engage in terms of the implementation of this collective agreement, particularly the two collective agreements, the translation as well as the movement of educators, because those are the core collective agreements. And these are some of the things that you must be able to do even here at the provincial level. At some point, like we are saying, you should call yourself time and again and engage in terms of the implementation of these collective agreements. The same on PPN. National is annually engaging on this particular program on discussing and monitoring the implementation of PPN across all the provinces. And we can indicate that in 2025, comrades, we were embarrassed as in Mpumalanga. We were ashamed as in Mpumalanga. Not them as department, but collectively, because when we go there to national meetings, we go there as in Mpumalanga, both us, union as well as employer. And we are embarrassed because when other provinces were able to present, this is how far we are in terms of the implementation of the process of PPN, we were nowhere to be found. We were nowhere to be found as in Mpumalanga. We were lambasted. So at some point, HOD, when you receive letters from Comrade Thabo to say, no, so and so is not, we are exerting pressure because the shame is ours collectively. When the reports were presented, Pierce was seated not far from me. And immediately when the GS was looking at him, immediately Pierce was pointing at me. So it's not him, it's me. Because it's us, we are. So when we pressure you, it's because we are also getting pressure. On TVET, comrades, because we are not only limited to basic. Generally, we must indicate that as the province, we have made a great improvement. In all TVET colleges, we are now having branches. And they are here, they are represented. We have 3 colleges as in Mpumalanga. And all of them, we have Sadtu branches in all of them. Now, despite the fact that we are still at loggerhead with our sister union, those who are poaching. Now, TVET is the most vulnerable because, look, in terms of the appointment, it is locating majority of NEHAU members. Look, comrades. There was a point when all TVET lecturers were appointed in terms of the Employment of Educators Act. Now, around 2015 or so, that was then changed. Now, a decision to change was a process from the ELRC at national level. And we agreed to the process to change the condition of service, to say, no, in terms of being appointed, in terms of the Employment of Educators Act, let them move to Public Service Act. Primarily because our assessment was that these lecturers are going to benefit more. Their salary is not the same, so they will be equivalent to their counterparts who are defined as lecturers. Now, immediately we take that decision to say, no, they are now appointed in terms of Public Service Act. That's when our sister union started to see the opportunity. So say, no, we are recruiting those who are appointed in terms of Public Service Act. But the reality of the matter is that education matters, they belong to the Education and Labor Relations Council. So they mislead these lecturers. They recruit them on the basis that they are appointed in terms of Public Service Act. But the reality is that their conditions of service, they are still at ELRC, and they are nowhere to be found. Only teacher unions are represented at ELRC. So it's us who are engaging on the conditions of employment of lecturers. So you must feel free to approach and recruit them and engage them. And we are sharing reports in terms of the progress that we have made. PCAM is one of them. We have entered the space, we saw that in terms of the administration. Here at BASIC, we are having PAM. Now the PAM document is a document that properly regulates administrative issues. But dear comrades, things were haphazard. Things were done willy-nilly. So, when the process of developing that particular document, you ask any leader of NAHAW about PCAM, they don't know that thing. It's our product. We have completed the PCAM. And DHED is dilly-dallying in terms of us agreeing and finalizing this PCAM so that it can be properly implemented. Recognition of service, recognition and payment of improved qualifications, page 116, Chair. DHED issued a circular, comrades, 10 of 2025 last year. Now, when they're issuing that particular circular, they were simply saying, no, all educators, colleges should submit the names as quickly as possible of those who have improved their qualifications, so that they can benefit. But the error they made in that circular was that they quoted, or in fact, the circular was intending to implement a wrong resolution. Now, there is a clause, I think it's 7 of 2015, which is locating specifically the condition of service. And it is locating them to ELRC. But what DHED wanted to do, they wanted to hijack this and implement a GPSSBC resolution in terms of benefiting these lecturers. Now, we are not saying they should benefit these lecturers, but here's the catch. If you implement the ELRC resolution, it then simply says, once this a lecturer improve their qualification, also the RQV will improve. But in terms of the GPSSBC, you'll receive just the once-off bonus and that's it. So the long-term increment of the notch is a beneficiary that they will forfeit. We challenged this. It was rejected. In fact, it was recalled. We are also sharing in terms of the extension of provision for report 191. Now, the DHED is intending to phase out some of these programs. And these managers and principals of the colleges, they were at limbo at some point because they were told, no, by 2025, all these programs should be eradicated and what have you. The engagements, comrades, one is that process of phasing them out has been postponed to 2019. And we are still engaging in terms of the proper approach of how we can actually approach the matter. Page 117, Chair. There is also a collective agreement in terms of the appointment of TVET markers. We have received a number of complaints. You see on BASIC, as much as there are disadvantages, but what we have analyzed is that in terms of the payment, amongst others, you'll go to these marking centers by December, but the latest by January, you have received your payment. But when it comes to lecturers, they will receive their payment somewhere around July, the following year. We follow up these matters. You find there's no one who's actually responsible and whatever. So we started the process of, no, let's have a collective agreement and regulate this kind of matter. Look, the only disadvantage that we are now having, to which we persuade yourselves, perhaps through commissions and whatever. The disadvantage that we are also having is that, for an example, as in Mpumalanga, we're having 3 colleges, but we do not have a provincial bargaining platform. So all matters of TVET are supposed to be bargained at national level. And then colleges, they are bargaining individually. So it's a disadvantage. So perhaps through your commission's comrades' advice in terms of how some of these matters can be properly approached. Page 117, Chair. We are sharing the progress in terms of the collective agreement 1 of 2023. So far, we have identified 52 educators who have been translated. Those who were within the councils who are now appointed directly by DHEAD, and they are receiving those due benefits. In terms of skills, Chair, there are a number of skills, comrades, which are shared by DHEAD. And equally so, we are pressuring and we are starting to receive even responses and products. A number of comrades are actually graduating from this program or programs by DHEAD. These are some of the advantages which are there. The professionalization, qualification, the DHEAD comrades have started a process that for you to be a lecturer at TVET, there is now going to be a specialized qualification for TVET lecturers. Now, we have shared the process. So far, I think we have about 70 comrades we have enrolled. There are a number of projects as well, including that of TVET lecturers work integrated learning. Because TVETs are more practical. The consensus was that even lecturers, they should be able to integrate theory with practice. And the only way is for them to be exposed to practical experience first. Now, there are so far about 33 or so which have benefited this year, which is a regressive progress somehow as compared to last year, because last year we had around 414 of those comrades who benefited. We are sharing also, Chair, on page 119, these are some of the progresses in terms of the upskilling of the lecturers so that they become as qualified as possible. In terms of the PSCPC, comrades, this is another bargaining sector where we meet with all these other unions. Now, here we engage on other matters which are somehow of transversal, not only limited to education sector. There are discussions at national level, there are discussions even at provincial level. We are sharing on page 119, on page 120. Around August, in the province, we had our own AGM, and we can be proud, comrades, that now at PSCPC, Sadtu is the one that is now leading all these unions, as contrary to what used to happen, where we were led by other unions. So if you have shared, Chair, the composition of the management committee at the level of PSCPC in the province, and these are some of the progresses, comrades, which have been made. The issues of the disposal of state houses, some of you don't know that the state is having some of their houses that they own, and they dispose these houses. So the process of how these kind of things are supposed to be done, it is discussed at that particular level. A detailed report, Chair, is shared on page 120 as well. Even in terms of salary negotiations, we know some of them, they are issues of the past, but we are reporting, comrades, in terms of the achievement, your 2-year agreement on page 120, and the progress in terms of your resolution 1 of 2025. I think we are all conversant with the fact of the matter that this year the 4% will be implemented. Now, the CPI for this year, it is below 4%. It is 3.4 if I'm correct. But the actual increment that we are going to receive is 4%, because we agreed that, yes, the CPI, but limited to a certain percentage, so that if the CPI goes way below, at least you are kept at a certain percentage. Now, what we are sharing on page 124 is that as much as we appreciate the 4% in terms of the salary increment, there is now a new challenge. GEMS, comrades. GEMS, Chair. Now, to simplify it, the reality, comrades, is that GEMS is no longer affordable. GEMS, in terms of the subscription, juxtaposed with the benefits that you receive, there is no balance. Around June, July, you are told your benefits are finished, but you are still paying the very same amount. Now, as much as we own up as such, we are part of these engagements. This is one thing that we don't share with yourselves. This collective agreement, comrades, when it was signed of GEMS, that all public servants should be members of GEMS, go and check that collective agreement. Sadtu did not sign that collective agreement. Because we foresaw the challenge way ahead. But even leaving that platform, when challenges started to arise in terms of GEMS, we took part. We then said, no, let's gradually amend these GEMS. We saw the PSCBC Resolution 4 of 2017 and whatever. Even today, we are one union which we deployed a number of members to say, no, let's march against GEMS. So we did not go to street and say, no, we don't own this. We did not sign. But we said one way or the other, and we advised yourself. But we said one way or the other, our members are suffering from this. And we want to appreciate, Chair, that majority of members, when you called them to say there was a program against GEMS, they indeed came in numbers and participated in the program. If GEMS is not in a position to hear us, comrades, we'll take the further steps. Page 125, we are also sharing, Chair, in terms of your GEPF, of course, your two-port system. We had a program, we went through a number of regions, unpacking what is the two-port system. What we can simply share at this point is that initially, two-port did not bring what we actually wanted. We wanted as much as possible. But what is now benefiting is the state. Because you claim your 30,000, but you receive around 21,000. The rest goes to tax. So engagements are still in place, comrades, to say how we can better this two-port system. But it comes at cost, comrades. I think through the programs, we're able to unpack the two-port system in details. Some of you, nonetheless, they went and took the money. We understand, comrades. Challenges which are there. They are your benefits, yes, but it's a benefit that comes at cost. Page 126, Chair. There is a committee of essential service, essential service committee that deals with the ruling of minimum service in terms of determination. Look, there was a point when DA was making attempts to make education an essential service. Now the translation was that they are taking away the right for you to participate in strikes. Because they were able to assess the force and the mass of power it's on this, of Sadtu is on these numbers. So as one of the technicalities to deal with Sadtu, to deal with educators, they wanted to make it a point that education becomes an essential service. Now, through this particular committee, minimum standards were set, and this confirmed that in terms of those minimum set standards, education, comrades, is not an essential service. MEC is here. Is able to read this in terms of how it relates to her office, that we are not an essential service. So we can partake on a program at any given point. So if conditions are mandating us, nonetheless, MEC, we are a very progressive union, particularly in this province. We resolve matters through engagement so far. But if necessity arises, we have a machinery and the legislation is not stopping us. Comrades, lastly, it's on dispute resolution, the matters of case handling. We have studied, comrades, because we are receiving reports time and again from employer in terms of the cases, what is happening in districts and what have you. But we also went further and studied the report from a list of your arbitrations from the ELRC. Look, comrades, there are a number of worrying factors in as much as there are positive issues. Because what the report is indicating on page 127 is that for a period since 2023 to now, we have roughly about 34 arbitrations from Mpumalanga. Now, these are cases where it's either employer is charging you, but the matter goes to the level of ELRC, where it is adjudicated by an arbitrator who is independent. And as such, we come and represent you. Or it's a matter where some of you are saying, no, I'm dissatisfied with how the promotional post, I applied for a particular post, I want to submit a dispute. Now, this kind of matters, they are dealt at that particular, now it's more formal. These comrades who participate there, some of them are attorneys and what have you. But the report that you are providing is that since 2023, out of these 34 arbitrations, comrades, which were taking place within Mpumalanga, 10 of them, those people were represented by attorneys. And out of 10, they lost 8 of them. 10, they were represented by attorneys. They lost 8. 9 of those cases, they were represented by other unions. You can't popularize them. Now, out of those 9, only 4 of them that they have won. Majority they have lost. Now, the remaining is us, 15. Well, it's up to you how do you interpret it. To say whether members of Sadtu, they commit more misconduct, but it's not only about misconduct, even disputes. Where it's a member of Sadtu who's challenging department in terms of the approach when it comes to promotional post. Now, in all of these cases, 15, 8 of them, they were favorable to us. So we'll gauge us in terms of the performance when it comes to case handling. Peers indicated that no, we are training educators, the full-time shop stewards, is true, comrades. And we are starting to see the results that we are having capable machineries in Mpumalanga, capable machineries starting to deal with this case handling. The only remaining factor, Chair, that we want to share on page 127 is a concern. Comrades, the number of misconduct in relation to Section 17 is a worrying factor. Now, Section 17, it's a dismissible offense. It's a dismissible offense. And we want to plead with yourselves. Particularly cases relating to corporal punishment, and most importantly, relating to sexual relations with learners. We want to plead with yourselves, comrades. It is painful because it's us who are dealing with these matters directly. To find an educator with only 3 years within the system is found guilty. The disadvantage is that SACE takes the certificate and that person will never teach again. The effort for that person to become a teacher went in vain. So we want to plead with the commission. Perhaps we can engage amongst ourselves and start a program in terms of how we can assist our fellow comrades who are unable to advance their interest to their fellow colleagues instead of approaching the learners, comrades. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, PS. Thank
you very much, Chair. Page 127, organizational report. We're indicating who the leadership of Sadtu is nationally. We're also indicating the leadership at the provincial level and members of the Provincial Executive Committee. We're also reporting that meetings of the province are held as required. State of branches, we have 52 branches. All of them are functional and they are relatively stable. They might have vacancies there and there of certain office bearers, but they are largely stable. We have 6 regions, all of them largely stable, and the offices where they are located, all regions, regional offices have an office. They've been equipped with a vehicle which is attached to the full-time shop steward. They have data, this full-time shop steward, and a mobile device. If I'm on phone, the community must not say I'm phone. Union Mavutela, the union gives you a phone. The union gives you data. The union gives you a car. If the phone has not arrived, it's still on its way. Yes, you are entitled to one. Membership statistics, comrades, we're indicating the membership statistics. We have seen that in the past, in the last 4 years, we have grown by 1,600. But we're also indicating that we have also shared 2,566 members. We have lost 256 simply because of number one, retirement. 1,000 people have retired. Resignations, 1,000, and attritions, there have been 510 in the past 4 years. But also, we're not growing. Our numbers will remain at 25,000, and so simply because the post-establishment of Mpumalanga is remaining at 32,000. When Shamba was still provincial secretary, the post-establishment was 32,000. Now it's 2026, it's still 32,000. The number of children have doubled since he left. But we're still teaching the same number of learners. With 32, they doubled the number with 32,000 teachers. And you know, to be able to maintain that 32,000, it means you must fiddle with the data. You must manage the data. We change a teacher-learner ratio, so that you remain at 32,000 for 15 years. We'll never grow. We are to other provinces, we're 45,000, now we're at 48. And the post-establishment has grown by 5,000. From that 5,000, it's 23. Mpumalanga, we're only getting the new teachers. We're replacing those who pass on or those who resign. No new posts. 32,000. Are you cool? If you change, you change about 600 and something. Because it's 32,000, sometimes 32,80, sometimes another year is 32,620. That's where the changes are. Membership here too remains at 25,848. But comrades, you are working because we're at 24,000. Despite the same post-establishment, it means out of the pie of teachers in the province, we then have a majority because we're still gaining more teachers. We must also improve our membership capturing system. I know there are complaints about how we process this thing quickly. We need to make sure that we fix that. By gender, comrades, 2/3 of members of Sadtu are females. By gender. We have more members who are female than the males. But the gender contradiction must also tell us that despite the 2/3 majority, women still don't have the strongest voice within the union. By race, we have close to 93 Indian people of in the Indian race, colored 28, and we have 118 white members. Out of a population of teachers, most of the white teachers, they belong to SAOU, but we do have 118 who are left-leaning in terms of ideological orientation. Membership by age, 24 to 34, 4,000. 35 to 44, 7867. 45 to 54, 8935, that's the biggest group. The age between 45 and 54 is the largest group because they are 8935. Then we go down 55 to 64,000, 61 to 65, 104. A lot of the teachers who are above 60 are leaving the system. Burn out. We also have 2 members who are between 66 and 68. I know them, they are our members. Membership of Sadtu does not mean that you must remain within the education sector. There are people who are teachers who are members of Sadtu, by a Seventh department, they left with the membership but retain membership of Sadtu. That's my union. Gender activities. We've participated with the Education International Toolkit, just to make sure that Education International is the international federation of all teacher unions. We do participate there, and then we indicate where the idea comes from because we do have these meetings that we're attending internationally. But locally, we also attended the COSATU Gender Conference. We've also attended the SATU Gender Policy Conference in Pretoria. We must indicate that the deputy chairperson of the COSATU gender structure comes from the South African Democratic Teachers Union. Sports, we have the National Choral Festival in 2023, which was very nice. And this year, we're going to there's no festival this year. Kumasato Games, Southern African Teacher Organizations Games, we do have this solidarity with other South African developmental, Southern African, SADC, right? The southern countries, which are Lesotho, Botswana, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. We have this organization called SATU. And we normally hold annual games, sporting games for solidarity. We compete in sports. And they're very competitive. This year, South Africa, rather Mpumalanga has been given a male basketball to represent South Africa. So what the province, what national will do, will give each and every province a sporting code. Last year, Tina was female volleyball. In 2024, we had female netball, because there's male netball, by the way. Ikona even yadlalwa kuma Sadtu games, male netball. In 2023, we had male soccer. This year, we have male basketball. I'm not sure about the potential. Mpumalanga doing very well with this thing because of male basketball, because I'm looking at the volume, Yama comrades way too, the volume and other things, and I get, because if male basketball, if we have people who are tall and lean and other things, I'm looking at the volume and I'm wondering that we'll make, but we'll find comrades who can do it. We'll find it. We'll have to head hand. But comrades who can do it. Hey. School sports, comrades, we are doing very well. The only thing that we worry about is this postponement and the collaboration between the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture with the Department of Education. Sometimes Labantwana way too are struggling to get transport, sometimes food, and even track suits. This year, they even had to postpone the games to May, right? Simply because of this arrangement that is there between sports, arts and culture and education. Yes, and we think that Labantwana are the custodians. The Department of Education is the custodian, not that other department of sports, arts and culture. So we think that the Department of Education need to do more to make sure that it all concessions. Comrades, we go to the choral music on page 136. Even some of our school principals are doing very well, but not necessarily because of their choir masters, but their schools are doing very well. We are encouraging all school principals to make sure that learners can sing. They must sing and win this competition. These competitions can't be won by other provinces when we can sing here. But we know that in our province, we also have, there's a school, but Chayaza, high school, Shayaza, right? My apologies. We also have Wheatbank High, which is doing very well. Really? Nendlela. Yeah, Nendlela. Thank you very much for reminding us of those. Now, under regional SAC conveners, we want to thank Mzansi Ligwa and Justice Sibeko for organizing the inter-branch sports competitions, what they call Sadtu Day, where the comrades come meet in a stadium and just play soccer, netball, and they only do the other things after. Like the drinking and other things, it's after. Because you can't stop comrades from socializing using the waters of Babylon. Organizing challenges, comrades, we want to indicate, comrades, that in terms of our own organization, we have problems that we need to solve. We have problems that reduce our capacity to function as a union. The first one is that we have a mushrooming of rival trade unions. We also have rival trade unions who want to poach members from the union. But our preoccupation with issues of post and promotions, comrades, pose a serious danger to the union, because most BECs will stop to function optimally simply because they think that the agenda of the BEC is to look at promotional posts. It will create a problem for us. It will create a problem for us if the only people who must be promoted are comrades who perhaps are in the leadership of the union, and they manipulate processes so that they use proximity to circuit managers or whoever, so that they get advanced at the expense of comrades who qualify and are experienced. It's a problem. This union is not about posts. It's about servicing the members. Like Ligitlani was saying, what are your problems? You got housing allowance and the department is threatening to discipline you. Let us help. That's the kind of interventions that we make as a union. Not to sit in a BEC and say, this is what we're going to do. You can't have a secretary of an organization, of a branch. The only thing that they do is to manage Lama Post, so that kubuye namagama wabantu. Comrades, we can't be doing those things. We have members, these members are looking at us. And that's why some of them leave. They can't stand being members of a union that perhaps acts corruptly sometimes as an allegation. We may sometimes not assist members diligently to the point where members feel that they must go to a rival union to get help. Diligently. Ukomre tuyafika uthi no ngine problem. The branch secretary judges the problem. Instead of helping, judges the problem. But the person can't sleep because of the problem. You judge the problem. This member goes to NATO or another union or PEU. PEU says, this is a serious problem, I'm going to solve it. And they solve it. We must be careful, comrades. No problem is small. No problem is small. If a member is wrong, show the member where they are wrong in terms of the law. Because some members think they are correct, but they are wrong. And you can't have, comrades, we are branch leaders. We no longer go to school. We think we're full-time. And a corporate bank phone out and lie and say I'm in meetings. The learners that you're supposed to be teaching, who's there now in that classroom? Because post-establishment, one of us ninja posting a post-establishment. If PPN is reducing the number of posts in a school, you have been assigned, you are a branch secretary or a chairperson, you have been assigned positions, you don't go to school saying you're on Sadtu work when we are not on Sadtu work. Who's teaching those children? Sometimes we may kill the union by behaving contrary to what is expected. When we go to meetings and highly contest each other, BTGMs, members are watching us. But these members, they call me, but no parliament chain. But hold a labantu can't. We are all of our BC member. Need to call. But why would you work? And in a structure where comrades feel that the leadership is fighting too much, they stay away from the meeting. They vote with their feet. Utolama comrades by address a mass meeting, kuna only 30 people. In a branch that is supposed to be all full. They're voting with their feet because members are not impressed by our infighting. Members are not impressed by us going to each and every side, dividing the sides. They're not impressed by those things. But can comrades, the union may be liquidated by external forces, acting together with us. I will explain this thing very soon. As a union, we must establish very soon what is our tolerance for wrongdoing in the union. What is our tolerance? As a BEC, how much can you tolerate? As an REC, how much can you tolerate that is wrong? As a PEC, how much can you tolerate? If your tolerance threshold, your tolerance is high, then wrong is going to keep, you're going to get wrong things keep happening in the organization. You must have zero tolerance for wrongdoing. If a comrade, 3 meetings I can attend, we are so uswa. Why do you tolerate it? He's not interested. If a member of the meet other meetings I can attend, general meetings, our capacity for tolerance of wrongdoing, we must try to limit it because it's stretched too much sometimes. There's this thing, attend my business meetings, there's something they call risk appetite. What is risk appetite? This is their language, risk appetite. It's a big English. Now, risk, appetite, thinking what is going on. You want to understand it properly that way. It means how much are you willing to risk the organization? How much are you willing to risk? What things are you risking? You're risking first the reputation of the organization, but you're also risking the brand Sadtu itself. If you liquidate it, then Astana Union. We have unions that want to take members from us. That's why I'm explaining the poaching now. on 5.8. You have unions that are formed by charismatic leaders. You know somebody who's popular somewhere, we have figured out. You know these charismatic churches that comrades go to, simply because you don't find une charm makakhuluma or wenzani. People follow and think this is a man of God. Charismatic churches. Because some of us here may be part of those things. Religion is quite a sensitive issue. But you have a charismatic leader. This holy man. But he's deeply flawed. And Maskomba is flawed. They refuse to accept that he's flawed. But you know, he's being tested. What? Muntu ya chonchi mali yesonto ayichonche. Ayithengele imoto and comrades will say, we are deserve. He's a man of God. Uteka lezi zinto ngemali yakho. Wena osama ngeJohnny Walker. Charismatic leaders. You also have the church leaders that I go to, where the charisma is that of the congregation. Regardless of who the church remains the same. It even has a building. We don't have to lease. Kuna ma union lawanjalo ke. Kuna ma charismatic unions that belong to a charismatic leader. Makakhuluma yazwakala man. Khuluma isilungu. But deep down, this charismatic leader is hustling. In language khona mathi uyazula. Ukuzula muzilo to yoku mathi umuntu uyazula umuntu ofuna imali. Yini ukuzula ngithi he's hustling. He's a hustler under the name of charisma. They may poach members from you because of their charisma. But you also have our natural rivals. Unions that have been formed to service the teacher unions. They are our rivals. They're not dangerous to us. They're not dangerous to us. They just want members like ourselves because they have a certain belief. Then you have cannibals. Cannibals are unions who eat from their own. A union which were in the same federation is a sister union, recruits from you. Does not want to recruit from the PSA, which is his natural enemy. Recruits from Sadtu. Ile motivated, they fully membership here Sadtu. Even though it has no recognition agreement at that side. It's a union that wants to eat its own. Sadtu is supposed to be its sister. This is where, comrades, where we might lose membership. So we must be very careful about how we manage this relationship. We must close the door. As a union, we're also doing leadership training. We've had inductions. 2022, all branch office bearers and regional office bearers were inducted. 2022. 2025, all branch office bearers and regional bearers were inducted. Not exactly all. Because kune pending, yasem gaba, still pending. Sisayilindile le induction. So that Kulmi saying about what is the role of a branch office bearer, what is the role of a branch gender convener, what is the role of a branch deputy secretary. But we think we must rerun these things, especially to assist branch chairpersons how to chair meetings. Secretaries how to take minutes and things like that. So that when you are a chair, when somebody is chairing, I have a mistake. This mistake is procedural. You can't have in a meeting, comrade Mrs. Zanda, in a meeting of Sadtu, I'm just giving an example. You comrade at a point of privilege. Are you constitution at that day? Or point of exigency, point of interruption, as equal as into. Sadtu, we have three things only: point of order, the right to speak, or clarity. So we need to correct all those things so that they don't happen within the union. It means that the training has not been done yet. We need to run that, comrades. We're also happy that Silobela, Elangwani, Middleburg, and Willima Tyler region have run size 2 trainings. We have 52 branches. We only have 3 that have been run, and Willima Tyler, because there are, I think, 6 or 7 branches. We've run that thing in Willima Tyler, of this training of size 2. It's important. What is the role of a site steward at the level? Treasurers training, we've trained all treasurers. We've tried. So that they understand how to fill in a journal of income and expenditure. What to do, bank reconciliation, things like that. How do you record the claim? How do you record the expenditure? And how do you record assets and things like how do you do depreciation? So that if you pay the laptop, if it's taking 5,000, next year it's not 5,000. Education convenience training, we've done that on curriculum because curriculum is the key driver. Servicing vulnerable sectors, we know that CET sectors, the CET sector has a lot of challenges, but we must also service office-based educators in the offices. They are our members, comrades. Labor law training, all full-time shop stewards now and the national negotiator and the comrade KB have been registered for a undergraduate, postgraduate studies in labor law. It's an equivalent of an honors degree in labor law. But understand what is constructive dismissal. Constructive dismissal. Sometimes the employer makes it difficult for you to want to continue working to the point where you leave your job, but you can take them to the LRC for that. I'm thinking I must join this thing, the army, because at some point, I'm a member, so you need to know the law a little bit. Fraternal relations, we enjoy fraternal relations with COSAS, SASCO, and the student chapter. And we're happy that the student chapter is a good breeding ground for Sadtu. It shows that you can train a Sadtu member to be a Sadtu member while he's still at the university. COSAS and SASCO, they were here, they are our friends. Relations with the employer. Our relationship with the employer can be described as a unity and struggle of opposites. What do we mean? Without us, there's no employer. And without the employer, there's no us. So we're united in that one thing. We need that relationship. The employer needs to be an employer. We need to be workers. But we're opposites. We don't want the same thing. We want more salaries. The employer wants us to do more work for even less pay. The employer wants us to sit or 5, but still in the same salary. They want us to do extra classes on a weekend without paying us extra anything. We want even though it's not possible. I'm saying the classical relationship, you want to do less work but earn more. It's conflictual. So it's a unity and struggle of opposites. We're at odds with the employer on some of the issues that we think that they remain unresolved. PPN, where we say that there is a manipulation of data to keep the post basket at 32,700 or below. It's not an allegation. It's a fact. There is that the data is being fiddled with. They know what they do, these guys. Very clever about it. But let teacher learn a ratio. But in order to achieve it, computer we twist. The appointment of post-level 1 teachers is not good. It's not fast. It's not fast. Some schools spend 3 months without a teacher. Because our processes are slow. Employers trying to find many ways of doing business process, centralizing opinion. Within that, perhaps we're still at odds. Because our interest is one. When a school does not have a teacher, we want a teacher the following day there. The DTTs and CTTs are not functioning as they should. These are district task teams and second task teams. They're not functioning as they should. Sometimes it's the cause of conflicts in district, where district managers or district officials might undermine the importance. Because once you have functioning PLRC, functioning DTTs and CTTs, you have salubrious labor relations. then we have salubrious labor relations. Lack of the autocratic and draconian HRM directives, such as directives on housing allowance. That HRM directive was draconian. Yeah, issue the acting HOD law, why issue that thing? If by submitted this, you are all going to forfeit your housing allowance. You know, comrades, Ukulanda paper housing allowance, you know how tedious it is. Ukuya kwenkosi, bakumisa lapha uyoma lapha, phela kankosi awungena uthi ngifuna iphepha. You must sit down in the sun first. Kuyahlonishwa ebukhosini. Some of us get these documents from the chief that confirm that place is mine. But you know, if in a week's time awukakayile kuchief, uchief ofika uchief akekho. It's tedious. You must go to the bank and queue just to get a letter. And you did these things 5 years ago. Cleanly. Wabaniga. We don't know what happened to the corrupted data. It's not our fault. But they speak to us as if it's our fault. It's not humble, that HRM directive. It must stop that kind of language. When it instructs. It must stop. Sadtu is not difficult to talk to. We don't need to be told, you must comply with 1, 2, 3, must do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why Sadtu will say, no. Non-filling of school-based support post. Well, if a school aina a clerk, it takes 3 months, 6 months to get another clerk. Some principals, or a year, 5 years, some principals are clerks. O principal is clerk. Basashaya lento mina ngiyibona ishaya ngisasebenza le esiyabe le. Ba wenza ama copies wenza ngesam lo machine bakubiza ukuthi uya afrola. Lo stencil. Mawungakhohla ithayi yawela la phakathi lapho kunenkinga. Principals are doing this thing by themselves. The photocopying by themselves. Because there's no staff there. We think that it really creates a problem. But all these expressions, these differences are finding expression in the bargaining chamber. I'm correct. We place these differences there in the bargaining chamber. We don't go outside. And Sadtu refuses to be media superstars. I stand to Kichimela media to expose whatever. At the end of the day, we also take responsibility because the government, now, it's a government of the people. It's not our job to every day city, ANC government this. It's not our job to do that. But it's our job, you are failing the ANC by not doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reflections on leadership, comrades. We must accept that the union today in 2026 is different to the union in 1991 when it was formed, or in 2005 or 2015. The union of today is different. It has a different skill set, it has a different things. In 2015, in 2005, there was no cell phone. Bengwana WhatsApp. Besinga khona ukuthumela ama picture of our leaders that we want on social media. So the rules have to adapt to what is going on now. But the principles of the union remain unchanged, comrades. We face challenges and we must fix these things. The first thing that we must understand, comrades, and accept, all BCs, RACs must accept this, is Sadtu, comrades, it deals with representative democracy. What do we mean by representative democracy? In one branch, Hazy View, I'm giving an example, need 4 or 5 here. Your job here in this conference, you are representing a Hazy View branch. And if the decision, conference is Tatama decision, none of you can distance yourselves from it because you were representing your branch in that meeting. Similarly, you are here in E5, you are representing Imkondo branch. It's the representative, because not all members can come to the conference. So it's representative democracy. Democratic centralism means all the decisions of the conference are binding on all branches. Because all branches were represented in the conference. Resolution of an REC are binding on all branches because all branches are represented in the REC. Resolutions of the PEC are binding on all regions and branches because all branches, all regions are represented in the REC and the branches are represented through the regional secretary and chairperson in the PEC. There's no distancing yourself from a decision which you partook in. Are you equal? Once you do that, you are no longer disciplined. Futi, what is even nice is that the next meeting, we give you the minutes of the previous meeting so that you keep remembering what we discussed. Number one, EPEC said we don't want leadership that is as follows. Saykhuluma lento kuma inductions, comrades. Last year, all the branches, all the regions will know. We spoke about these things in the inductions, Sanwana comrades. But this is not what we want. We want comrades who can behave within a certain code of behavior. We want comrades to carry themselves in a manner that does not bring the union into disrepute. We don't want populism and a desire to be seen as the main character. Populism. Bonakala nje. Ukuba is superstar. We don't want comrades who are demagogues, who tell the members what the members want to hear and not the truth. It's a demagogue. You are inciting the members because you know this is what you want them to hear. You must tell comrades the truth. And the truth is the correspondence between objective reality and the ideas. Objective reality is the truth. Our leaders, we agree, cannot participate in illegal enterprises such as the selling of posts. Anybody who does it in the name of Sadtu, we don't even defend, we'll represent, we're hearing, because we have a contract, a subscription. But we don't defend. Sadtu distances itself from this kind of practices. By the way, it is not a Sadtu thing, this thing. Because this thing, even outside it, the schools, you can't have officing in the circuit. It has been alleged, but the circuit managers who have been accused of these things, that they collude with school principals, it is there. So you come up with it's a societal problem of corruption. Our leaders do not fight their own members or insult other leaders or factionalize the union. Leaders do not insult other people. When you are a leader, what kind of leader are you? Imagine me, I go PC, imagine too many voice note, it young trial and in my PC members. Voice note. What kind of leader am I? It shows that there's a weakness in me. Leaders have regard for the feelings of others. Leaders are sincere and truthful and honest. Leaders must be conscious of those amongst us who by their actions are assisting our enemies to destroy us. Our union leaders, you do not work with rival unions to destroy your own comrades. You can't work with a rival union because you tell the other union that is a rival, lodge a dispute. I'll give you the facts of the case. And then when that dispute has been successfully arbitrated, union are careful about how they use the resources of the organization. We don't fight for control of the resources of the union. But we must accept that in order for us to, we must look at the correlation between our own personal interest and the interest of the organization. We say you must watch out for the following tendencies, which we think are negative. Number one, if you have people who with a fairly strong individualism and selfish interest, which expresses itself as follows. Number one, if you place your personal interest above yourself and those of the union, if you are preoccupied with personal gain and loss, self-seeking individualism, unprincipled struggles that originate in personal interest, unprincipled, factional struggles that undermine organizational discipline, to be over-domineering and overbearing on your comrades. My comrades are meeting because You are overengineering and overreacting. It's a comrades must feel free to speak in a meeting. Power mongering. Power mongering simply means the want of power by all means necessary. Ngiyayifuna power. Even if comrades but no, ngiyayifuna le nto le. Iyangifanela le nto le. It also speaks to entitlement. Comrades think that some of us might think that we're entitled to be re-elected or in. And I raised this thing, I'll raise it with you again. In Chile, mina comrades. I never wanted to be provincial secretary. Ngalandwa ekhaya. Ngalandwa umajuba. I said it yesterday. Wangilanda with other comrades. Endlini. But comrade Walter, siyakucela, buya la. Na lo sihlalo. Bricks. Bangilanda wathi sicela uzobuya la. Ushamba had left, that position was vacant. There was no provincial secretary at the time. But Buya was a contestant. But I did not even go anywhere to lobby. These comrades did the work that they had to do with the regions and other things. Now when I go conference about winning, seriously. Oh, how did it happen? But no, the votes are for Tata is. But no, humble provincial secretary. I did not choose this. When you choose it for yourself, it means you have identified yourself without anybody telling you are fit to do this. It's wrong. So even if you want to, not today, if me a national office bearer, you replace Comrade Mabuto, I must be told by other provinces to Comrade Walter, we think you are fit to be deputy president. I must not compare myself to him now. My deputy president. There's no competition. He's my leader. Mangwana president was Sadtu, he's my leader. There's no competition. Until Atino Nyahamba, then I say, but you all already no, let's look at it. Comrades, we must be careful of comrades who have an ideology of the oppressor. And we are one of Donald Trump. In order to beat up a country, he must bomb it. I share in Asana Luto. There are comrades who are not afraid to destroy other comrades to the point where comrades can recover. Or in the battle, you leave a side or a branch in tatters. Then you have an ideology of the oppressor because you forget one thing. These comrades, they pay subscription that is keeping you as a member of Sadtu. They're equal members of the union. Kusatu Spatala the same subscription. Aguna less ngerant or mongan. We pay the same. There are comrades who can be leaders when there's harmony. They only emerge out of disunity. And the only language they speak is disunity. Where there's festival of ideas, but they are tula. Because akuluiwa. But once we start saying lo umoshela, comrades emerge. They emerge out of factional battles and disunity. That's why everywhere, Labayo Corner, they are going to be followed by disunity because it's the only principle they understand how to run an organization. It's going to be a problem, comrades. And we say we need to be careful of this kind of tendencies. It happens in branches where a site leader devastates a site to the point that Bamtatwa the branch chair. The following 6 months, the branch is no longer functional. Because all the sites that did not want him to be chair, Agasawa Funi were ill-treated. Then creates this band with the Lababam Funai. Even in the next BTGM, he still has his group. They excluded the others. So they are followed by this disunity. This is very good service. The social media community. You know, for example, I was sitting in a KZN province, who provincial conference. I represent Mpumalanga lengithandayo there. Kune contest. Kune contest of the office. I think 7 positions were contested. Oh, mina ngihlalele ngilanda ama comrades wamanye ama province bangikhomba Facebook post. in Mpumalanga province, all positions are going to be contested. By embarrassing me in KZA. It embarrasses me. I didn't know there was any contest. We told but brave we Facebook. It's social media. Why we say social media is dangerous is because the people who are watching this thing, it's not only members of Sadtu. You are telling even the rival unions, it's not only members of Sadtu who follow that thing. You are telling everybody, the world to see, unless if I'm blind. I did not see. I saw a united conference. I saw a united conference. See, we differed there and there, but we found each other. But that post was saying, that's the danger of social media. If we're not careful, comrades, to love social media and to be seen, or to love to be controversial, it's a problem. Controversial. And I'm telling you, after RTGM, so Tutula from branch region to provinces, so Tutula. On Facebook. I mean, how do you place such things on Facebook? Factionalism. Factionalism refers to the formation of groups in an organization which is at odds with the entire organization. Machiavelli tells us, quotation, because he who conspires cannot act alone. He can only take friends from those whom he believes to be fellow conspirators. A malcontent is a person who's not happy. I need to, but when you are content, it means you are satisfied and happy. So a malcontent is the opposite of that. A malcontent can only take a companion from fellow malcontents. And as soon as you have opened your mind to a malcontent, you have given him the material with which to satisfy himself. It means that once you tell malcontent, ubanika a chance to satisfy themselves that they are correct, when they even speak about malcontent issues only. Now, my comrades, about criticism. There's nobody who kuluma about about kulumi my comrades. But this union is not even bankrupt. You know this region, yeah, functionally, it ran a program. If every time malcontent, then it's the only thing that's going to create a problem for you. But the problem to change people's mind, even those of social media, is because Einstein we make it this way. Uti, no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. No, I never solve umuntu as long as ungaga change their level of consciousness. If you are still approaching them from the same level of consciousness that created their problem, you won't solve it. You are in kuku mabayibophile. Bayibophile esihlahleni. Mabasusa lentambo. Isajika jika kule sihlahla. Because its level of consciousness ile sihlahla. To change its level of kumele uyithwale uyebeka somewhere, icela ukubona ukuthi oh. Okay. To change a problem, you must change its level of consciousness. Factionalism is dangerous, comrades. It's when comrades group themselves into a group. It's a problem. In the PEC, if we have a situation where you have 3 regions that always speak in one voice, and then bahamba no secretary, mhlawumbe no chairperson, and then magune issue, chairperson no se phone tumela ma WhatsApp ukuthi khuluma ngale. We are being factionalist. The organization will not function that way. Because a factionalist, it means you must defend even umaga wrong simply because we are a fellow factionalist. Even umuta wrong and kulun. Because the demon of tribalism and regionalism, tribalism is dangerous. It's when you start to refer to people by their ethnic origin. Thina sibizwa ngamagama la ngaphandle angifuni ukulikhuluma kule conference. Angifuni ukulikhuluma legama some of us sibizwa ngalo. Because it might spoil even some of you, because I know there are people who are from the same ethnic origin that some of us come from. But when you start to say reduce to people to lentole, you are saying, I look at myself every morning, honestly. I look at myself, what do I see? A normal. I see a normal guy who looks like everybody. Angithi ngiyahamba lapho ngikhula vela angibonanga mina ngihamba ngikhula mangibulisa bosisi angibonanga noyiwala angathi hello kunjani nami. So there's nothing wrong with me. Ababoni labo leto babona nje indoda nje. But somebody could reduce it to this thing. It's wrong. Comrades, we must stop this thing. We're united by the fact that we're all together here. And this thing is dangerous. We cannot determine who leads us simply because of the language they speak. It's not possible. Or where they come from. It's not possible. This information is the deliberate distribution of untruths. Deliberate distribution of an untruth. Comrades. Let's read that thing about one day the lie said to the truth, let's take a bath together. There were two guys. One is called the lie, the other one, his name is the truth. They went to take a bath together. And after they entered the water, the truth, they got naked in the water to bath. The lie jumped out of the water, put on the clothes of the truth, and fled. The truth got out of the water to try to find something to wear, but there was nothing. The truth went back to the water. And all those people who are now watching the truth looked away with anger and contempt. The truth went back to the water to hide. Today, the lie is going around wearing the clothes of the truth. And society is very happy to recognize the lie as the truth. The truth is remaining there in the bath, is unable to come out, has been locked in because his clothes have been stolen by the lie. I put a lot of explanation here, comrades. Internal contradictions is when we disagree in meetings. We can agree about where must we hold a provincial conference, maybe kumele see a blade or bad plus. Those are normal internal contradictions and they are easily resolvable. But we must accept, and the president, we must welcome this internal contradiction. Because out of internal contradictions comes out development. You are when it's under, comrades. It's under an egg. An egg in a two parts. In a white and a yellow. Some will say, I don't eat the yolk, only the white. But when you put an egg for a long time under heat, the contradictions between the white and the yellow actually produce a chick. They produce a chick. So out of the fighting between the white and the yellow will come out a chick. They don't look together. It's the quality, yes. So you need these contradictions. An organization where you all agree every time, community, is dangerous. Because then you are all singing the same song. Secretary report comrades, but I accept, but you are no. Actually, I'm happy with the PCA too because it's robust. Comrades they don't buy about things. They say no, Secretary la. We don't think this is the correct route to go. But in the meeting, we don't want comrades to go out in a lunch, but hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 8. No, let's speak in the meeting. We need those internal contradictions. But we must agree, comrades, that the worst enemy of Sadtu is not Nehau, Natu, or the worst enemy of Sadtu is ourselves. Because Amilcar Cabral says, The battle against ourselves, no matter what difficulties the enemy may create, is the most difficult of all. This battle against ourselves. The fights about us. Even in the movement, ANC Aibulawa from outside. The battles inside, the fights amongst ourselves, the enemy within. Kuna comrades were an enemy within the organization. And Kuna comrades can be used as agents of rival unions to come and liquidate even Sadtu itself by being disruptive. Kuna agent provocateurs. Kuna comrades whose job is to create chaos amongst ourselves. But they are beneficiaries of some rivals thing. What is the synthesis? Now we've agreed yesterday. In order to have a synthesis, you must start by having a thesis. But the thesis does not go alone. It must also have an antithesis. And when you merge them together, just to ukubanje simple, when you put them together and come out with something, it's called the synthesis. So what is the synthesis? We think that, comrades, we must try to work and install discipline within the organization, to work tirelessly for the unity and cohesion of the union. But political education and training of leaders and such towards is key, comrades. If from this conference, I saw Mita Futi Ama BECs will be failing ourselves. They need continuous training. Especially with the resolutions that we're going to be taking, we need to orientate BECs. And where we misunderstand each other because of perhaps either disinformation or misinformation or whatever, Maslagan in school men comrades, so that it clarify where there are gaps. Where there are gaps. I can give you an example. There are many branch chairpersons here, abang understand the allocation schedule, even treasurers, if the province does not explain it, somebody will explain it on our behalf and explain it wrong. We need to improve the quality of leadership, comrades. We're going to work on that. Comrades must change from water, ordinary just water from a stream to ice. Qualitative change, jump from one stage to the other, become something different. In closing, the past 4 years have been very challenging, comrades. It's not been easy. But we have continued to play our role, comrades, as the first line of defense for education workers. The staff members of Sadtu are not here. The staff members of Sadtu in the regions and the provinces. Name tags is through the efforts of the staff members. They are there in the background. They do this work tirelessly, but truly. I want to thank the provincial chair for his leadership style of being the boss without being bossy. And I think it helps us in the PC because it's not bossy. It's not domineering. It's not overbearing. It allows for free debate. But he's the boss. Magafuna, he wields the power. I want to thank all provincial office bearers. We have remained united, comrades. There's never been a moment lasting as one. That's never happened. Or hey, what? That's never happened, comrades. We're together most of the time. And even in the future, comrades, because they will help you, these comrades, but mandate. Unity. I want to thank the members of the PEC, original chairpersons who are here and our secretary, for their incisive and strategic thinking, advice and dedication. All meetings of the PEC have said and have corrected. We have never had a meeting that does not correct. I want to thank all regional office bearers who are here, who, when you come to your region, you open the doors for us. I've been to many regions where you are welcomed, comrades. My regional office bearers, you do your best to make sure that even when we arrive, things are fine. Sianbonga, comrades. We want to thank all BEC members who are here across the province, all BECs. All comrades who have been elected to Sianbonga comrades ukubamba le union. Sianbonga. I want to thank all members of committees. Be Petcom, be Gencom, be SACOM in all regions and the province. Siabonga. Mbonga NWC, the leaders of the organization, who are always sober, and they lead us with kindness and humility. They are very humble in leading us in this union, comrades. Siabonga. And they've supported this province. In Funukbonga, all NEC members who are here, but we work together. I see Chairperson of Western Cape is still here. Not necessarily all NEC members, even all provincial office bearers from other provinces. My NEC members, we meet to decide the fate of the organization as NEC members. But we're also united as an NEC. There's never time last China. Even for the friendships. They provide warm friendships. This community. When we are going NEC, we are all happy. Student chapter Nyasbonga, Mbonga na anima delegates. Mbonga ma, all the sponsors for their patriotism. I want to thank fellow unions in the PLRC, comrades Sibonga PLRC itself, Mfunukubonga, the Department of Education for sharpening the contradictions to help us always sibe awake. Siabonga, Nya Caesar. Others will be sleeping on the job. Siabonga. To all people who provide services to the union, Saihold, Usazo Kuluma, business partner, to companies to actually Saihold, Usazo Kuluma, Saihold, Nyanbonga Kakulu, comrades who are here. Mbonge my sponsors, Lava Caesar, Uwabu Manya is here. I thank you, comrades. Lastly, Mfunukubonga ni na comrades, my delegates, and Mfunu, we quote Christopher Codwell, who says, existence is the exercise of force on the physical environment and on other men. They were still patriarchal, so even women were called men at that time. So men will refer to aina gender. All right. Existence is the exercise of force on the physical environment and on other people. The web of physical and social relations that binds people into one universe ensures that nothing we do is without its effect on others. There's nothing that you do does not have an impact on others. It has an impact on that person. There's nothing you do that does not have an impact on others. We now, humbly so, hand over to you this stable union. See what you do with it for the next 4 years. The fate is in your hands. Amanda! Thank you very much.
Amandla. You know, to be sent to a conference is to be capacitated. And your will to sit down and listen speaks a lot. But I'm looking at the chairs that are empty, Willie Mataila. You are the only, Nem Kababa. Bapumanyalo. Hey, Walwa Masinya, ne? Walwa Masinya. That's fine, that's fine. I don't want to spoil the good work done by the secretaries. I gave them 1 hour, 30 minutes. They took 3 hours. The good thing is that if you are awake, we will see you on TV. And once you're on TV, you're on Facebook. So so that you must know you're on Facebook. Now there's one comrade who was on Facebook, what decided to follow Buso on a program. Now, comrades, it's 1:30. I want to take the MEC. Now, our lunch is at 2. So I want to take the MEC now. I know why I'm doing that, because the only thing I can do is clarity-seeking questions. Like, that's the only thing I can do. The report is going to commissions. But I want to take the MEC. Government must speak before the ANC. I can't take the ANC before government. So I must take government first. Then the MEC is a former Sadtu leader. Not deploying it. Yeah, she's a former Sadtu leader in South Highveld. If my memory serves me well, she was the regional gender convener. And then was taken by the African National Congress from Sadtu. What I say, I'm Tata Mansboni capacity. Mleteni said, no, I'm Tateni. She left. Now the MEC has her entourage here, led by the chief of staff in the office of the MEC. Maulaga Sat is so to comrade. Now the fact that you are also wearing a Palestinian scarf, it says to me you are a comrade. Benzi Soko, chief of staff. The other team of the MEC is sitting up there in the gallery. Where's the PA? Okay, but fine. Let me see. Sadtu Mpumalanga, 25,000 members of the 32,000 teachers in the province are Sadtu members. If the department collapses, then Sadtu collapses. That's why we are always on your toes. That's why we are always, the HOD and the MEC always coming to your office, raising our hands, knocking and demanding this and that. Because the entire staff is Sadtu members. MEC Lindy Masina, our MEC of Education, you can address the Sadtu conference. Angithi anilo anna issue ngabe ne issue benizothi le ndaba yenza kanjani. Height kufanele ngibone height uthi ingana. Kuya ngesakho. Height. Uzayaja ilula ne.
Mandla. Mandla. Awethu. Mandla.
Awethu. Phambili ngeSathu eMpumalanga phambili. Ayihlangane iSathu eMpumalanga ayihlangane. Prom Director, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think mangena la ekseni, I felt like ngathi off nyana, yabona. I felt like I left my t-shirt somewhere. I really needed to go back so that I can be the same as your good selves. Let me take this opportunity ngikubingelele sihlalo weSathu eMpumalanga, Comrade Opa Bodibe, popularly known as Comrade Briggs, members of the National Executive Committee that might be here in our midst, members of the Provincial Executive Committee in Mpumalanga. I heard that there's a member from Eastern Cape, if I'm not mistaken. You are greeted, ma'am. Leadership from all levels of this mighty organization, Sadtu, that are here in our midst today. MEC for Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs, who is here today on her capacity as the PEC member, Comrade Ketiwe Mweketsi. Leadership from the Alliance, leadership from COSAS and SASCO, the delegation from the senior management, from the head office, led by HOD, May Lucy Moyane. Comrades and friends, please receive our warm greetings this afternoon. Chairperson, I wish to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude for the invitation and for the honor of addressing this provincial conference of Sadtu today. I do so with a deep sense of appreciation for your flexibility in accommodating us today, which is an act of comradeship, which I do not take it lightly. Chairperson, since my appointment on the 15th of July last year, I have experienced unprecedented support from the entire leadership at all levels, which I sincerely appreciate up to today. Yes, it is essential as it helps to strengthen our resolve to advance the cause of delivery of quality education to the African child, in Mpumalanga in this case. Chairperson, I also brought with me the words of appreciation following the impressive outcome of the 2025 National Senior Certificate Examination results. The huge 86.55% pass rate is a major milestone for our province. I know that the Premier gave us 90%. In as much as we could not achieve that 90%, must appreciate the 1.55%. That was an improvement from the previous 85%. So we must applaud ourselves as educators that we have done well, despite us not achieving the 90% that was put as our target. Chairperson, when you know that all four of our districts, they have performed above 83% pass rate, and that 28,610 learners obtained a bachelor pass requirement, you have all the reason to celebrate throughout the year as teachers. It is therefore fitting, Chairperson, to extend our appreciation to the leadership and to the entire battalions of our teachers in the province of the Rising Sun. Siyabonga, siyabulela. We have a clear mandate of transformation, Chairperson. Upon my appointment, the Honorable Premier entrusted us, when I say us, it's me and you, with a bold and a challenging mandate, which was to achieve a 90%, like I said. We could not achieve it, but we managed to improve by 1.55%. That is appreciated. And he had given us a task to improve participation and performance in mathematics and physical science. Said we must accelerate the rollout of e-learning from grade 10 to grade 12. In 2026, we are rolling out it in grade 10. We have noted that last year we have rolled out to in grade 12. though that we've got 8 other schools that we have been rolling it out as a pilot in all the 4 districts, 2 schools in each district. Premier said it's a task or it's a necessity that we need to strengthen relationship with our organized laborers. We therefore remain committed, Chairperson, to the sustainable attainment of these injunctions, and we are convinced that working side by side with you, nothing is insurmountable. Indeed, Chairperson, this mandate required us to be intentional. It needs us to be deliberate, united, and resolute in advancing the learner centers, teacher-driven transformation agenda that leaves no one behind. I am humbled, Chairperson, by what Sadtu Deputy President, Comrade Mabuto Cele, mentioned yesterday in his revolutionary speech yesterday. Please allow me to quote him verbatim, as I quote. Sadtu principals and Sadtu professionals should exude the revolutionary discipline and revolutionary character. Sadtu professionals must ensure that schools are functional. Sadtu members should always ensure that schools are clean and kept in conditions that are conducive for learning and teaching. There should be no laissez-faire attitude from Sadtu members. Instead, Sadtu professionals should always be at work teaching. Sadtu professionals do not drink at school and they do not bring alcohol to school. They do not engage in sexual affairs with learners. They must read and become readers in order to inculcate the culture of reading amongst our learners. No corporal punishment in school because it is against the law. It is against the School Act. I think that was what makes us to feel comfortable that Sadtu is supporting the Department of Education. Chairperson, as a center of what needs to be achieved by this collective is continuous professional development, which is targeted training, curriculum alignment, and strengthened assessment practices, building a capable performing teaching corps and at all levels. Must empower and resource our teacher development centers and work cordially and collaboratively with institutions of higher education, including the University of Mpumalanga, to achieve these goals that we are talking about. Chairperson, we must take advantage of the digital trajectory and ensure that educators are fully equipped to navigate the demands of the current and evolving education system, because we want our learners to be able to compete with all other learners of the other countries. Department is currently capacitating 300 members of the school management teams through the school leadership and management as a way of achieving the above. Chairperson, our view is that a progressive education system is one that empowers its teachers to lead from the front for a total emancipation of our communities. Remember, as teachers, we are carrying the hopes of everybody, every parent, every stakeholder. When they look at us, they look at the people that are going to liberate the country, that are going to liberate our communities. Chairperson, we wish to appreciate the fact that you have assisted the department towards finalizing the 2026-2027 Learner Performance Improvement Plan. This plan is underpinned by structured interventions, data-driven solutions, and strengthened school-based intervention and district-based support teams and provincial programs such as the winter and spring classes, to name a few. Our focus on foundational literacy and numeracy is anchored in a mother tongue instruction, reading development strategies, as alluded by the Secretary in his Secretariat report. The department is undertaking roadshow on mother tongue-based bilingual education as an endeavor to decolonize our education system. Because, Chair, it is very much embarrassing to note that we are one of the few nations that has abandoned its indigenous languages in favor of the colonial one. This is what we need to fix, and we need to fix it urgently. Also need to promote the STEM subject, strengthening mathematics, science, and technology subject intake and pass rate. Must take advantage of the OR Tambo Mathematics, Science and Technology Academy to advance this course. It was encouraging at the occasion of the announcement of the results to note that Mpumalanga is amongst the best performing province in mathematics and physical science. Unobala is saying, ukuthi, during the teaching and learning, it's your good selves who's taking the whole brunt, who's getting all the necessary whatever challenges. But when it comes for the announcement, it's us who's taking the credit. But let me assure you, we're taking this credit on your behalf, because we always tell people that I am not standing in front of the class teaching the learners, but it is our teachers. Please do take note that we appreciate you, we acknowledge you, and we really love you as our teachers. The plan is underpinned by the structured intervention, like I said, data-driven solutions, and strengthened-based, school-based interventions. Our focus, like I said, in the foundational literacy and numeracy is anchored on that mother tongue instruction. The department is taking the roadshow on the mother tongue bilingual education as an endeavor to decolonize our education system. Also need to promote the STEM subject, as I indicated. It was encouraging on that occasion when we noted that mathematics and science is taking a toll in Mpumalanga, who are the one who were leading. Mathematics overall performance was 62.9%, while physical science is at 74.7 pass rate. The overall performance of the OR Tambo MSTA school is at an impressive 83.5% pass rate. Can we applaud that? Comrade Walter Nopala, on Wednesday last week, I visited Mshadza Secondary School, which obtained 100% pass rate in 2025. We went there to donate a school uniform. Premier is saying all the time, Yena, you always compensate the best performance. Most of the time he will tell me, I'm not going to go and visit any school that performed below 100%. So he sent me to go into them. When we went there, I was fascinated by the remarks that was made by the chairperson of the school governing body, who confessed that they were skeptical about, converting the school into MSTA, making sure that it's compulsory for mathematics and physical science to be taken by all the learners, because they felt it was going to drop their performance. But to their surprise, it went very up. Like every parent wanted to take their kids from the formerly, white schools to them, because they've realized that they can do it. That is what I want to say to our teachers. I always tell our parents, our teachers are working tirelessly. Even our best learners coming from the quintile 1 school, where our own teachers, Sadtu teachers are there. So we want to applaud that even parents are starting to recognize that our teachers are there to teach our children. Can we applaud ourselves? He indicated that currently learners are deregistering from some other former Model C schools. Some came from other provinces to seek admission at Mshadza Secondary School. He says parents do believe in this vision and are now fully supporting the cause. Our target for the 2026 Premier, Ungubuzile ukuthi manje MEC, you could not achieve 90% last year. What is your target this year? Because I don't want to give you a target. Manje must say kube difficult to kubuyela ku 90%. I then said Premier 91%. I said so because KZN obtained 91%. So I cannot give myself a target that is below #1, because our intention is to make sure we are becoming #1. So I'm going to plead from your good selves, teachers. Can we give Premier at least 91%? Because what he said to me, he said, MEC, ngiyayamukela le 91%, but mina as a premier, my target is 100%. So the best that we can give to our honorable premier is at least 91%. Surely, judging by the existing support and commitment, I can tell Chairperson that it is very much possible to achieve such outcomes in our lifetime. We therefore request that the conference help us to advance this success trajectory. Nyanthemba Maqabane, can I trust you? I note that Nina, you are resilient. Despite all the challenges raised here, you are still standing. Some could not stand, but Nina, you are still here. It means we can work out these challenges together to make sure that at the end, we become victory as a collective. Listening to Chairperson, listening to Secretary and the Deputy Secretary, angifuni ukuthi angizwanga. I don't want to respond like right now. Most of the issues, they are very much necessary. They need us to have a conversation. Those conversations must assist us to come up with solutions. Because I'm a teacher myself. That you must know. Mina, I've always have that soft heart and soft spot for the teachers. Because I understand the conditions under which you are working. So definitely together with your leadership, we are going to work very hard to try and deal with some of the challenges that we will be able to deal with them. Because I cannot stand here and say tomorrow we are going to deal with all the challenges and it's all going to be sweet and, but together, gradually, we are going to engage, we are going to have a conversation from time to time to deal with those matters. Because I was speaking to HOD at some time ago, I think last week, Namin Kuluma, the very same thing with we've got a number of teachers graduated. Why are we not creating posts? What are we saying to us? Create abofunza lushaga ukuthi abantwana bethu bafunde. What about those parents who took their children to go to school and do this profession? So I think we're going to have a conversation. I'm going to also have a conversation with the Premier because it doesn't make sense. For the past 10, 15 years, we haven't created new posts while our learners indeed have increased drastically so. So I want to commit. Chairperson, we wish to commend Sadtu for its role in maintaining relative stability in schools within the province. Siyaqonda ukuthi lapha nalapha yakhona ama challenges, but the stability in Mpumalanga. Indeed, our learners are in class learning and our teachers are in class teaching. The stability is as a result of conscious leadership and discipline activism. Must therefore frown when there are incidents that seek to undermine this milestone. It must not be an easy thing for teachers to abandon classes, considering the mandate I alluded to earlier. We therefore urge the leadership collective to assist in ensuring that such incidents remain a thing of the past. I understand that teachers, there are challenges, but we still have got that conscious, cannot leave our classes, we cannot leave our children, but engage the Department of Education where you are not happy. Don't be afraid. Let's create platforms. Let's make sure we do engage without leaving our children alone. We therefore wish to urge the leadership collective to assist in ensuring that these incidents remain a thing of the past. Equally, we know that the President has declared gender-based violence as the second pandemic following the COVID-19. Therefore, we must expose and roll out those elements that still harasses our girls and our teachers from the system. It is said that last year alone, about 14 cases of sexual assault of learners were recorded and investigated, and it's not okay. Equally, Chairperson, disturbing an incident of misconduct by those entrusted with the care of our children. Department is entrusted by the doctrine which dictates that the state is having the responsibility to nurture and protect the children of its citizens through education. Conversely, it must not harm its children. Hence, the department will at all times take a firm and uncompromising stance against form of abuse of our children and teachers who are always in the sight of our children. Our schools must be safe havens, centers of hope and protection for every child. Unobhala ukhulumile nge-school safety. It's one of the things that are giving us sleepless night. Right now, when we are seated there, HOD is showing me another story that is a very sad story, where one of our learners apparently committed suicide, if that is the case, because of the bullying that happened in the school. Those are some of the challenges we continue to experience. So we've got a huge task ahead of us as this sector. Children are stepping each other in the premises of the schools. Teachers are not safe in our schools. Again, we must have a conversation on these matters. Involve all the stakeholders, because we are saying that schools must be safe havens for teachers as well as our learners. We are working with the South African Council of Educators to free our province from this unethical behavior. The same is being said about the issues of financial management of schools. Must alert our comrades that nothing you do these days go unnoticed. The SIU and the Hawks have their eyes wide open. Therefore, these days it remains imperative to do good, even if no one is watching. We urge the leadership and the entire collective to prioritize this. Comrade Chairperson, also need to use such gatherings to confront the painful realities within our system and our schools. I am saying this considering a long list of incidents from breaking in, vandalism of our schools, stealing of teachers and learners' properties, gangsterism in our schools, drug intake and trafficking, and so on. These are the things that are troubling us as the sector. So something must be done. The issue of what our children consume on their way to school and back from school, which leads to learners being rushed to hospitals, is another elephant in the room. Sesiyikhulumile kakhulu nabazali, sesiyikhulumile kakhulu nalabantu abathengisayo, but it still continues. It was so painful for me when this year we experienced tragic loss of 3 learners earlier this year, as a stark reminder of the responsibility that we carry as this sector. I must indicate to this conference chairperson that there is nothing as painful than visiting a family to inform them that their child who was in our care has passed away at the time of an incident that could have been prevented. The issue of school safety remains a thorn in the flesh that we must address head on. Must agree on common approach on how this challenge needs to be tackled, involving all the stakeholders. To this end, Chairperson, we are proposing that we convene a provincial school safety in Ndaba on the last week of May, which I think it will be supported. We are also seized with the systematic challenges which we need to understand as a collective. These include the limited budget allocation, which continues to be constrained. We need to be mindful of the 89% of the allocated budget that goes to salaries. A huge challenge. We're still complaining right now, which there's still a shortage of teachers. I really don't know. But this is a matter that is at our hand. The issue of the time on task is something that we need to overemphasize. The National Education Collaboration Trust convened a workshop this Tuesday to expose us to the learning gaps in lower grades, especially grade 4, 6, and 9. The report states that there are limited written work by learners. For example, only 35% of written work covered in subjects like mathematics from term 1 and 2. the inconsistent adherence to national teaching time, underutilization of DBE workbooks, limited learner cognitive engagement, weak early identification of learner barriers, uneven provision of learning support for learners who fall behind. I request Chairperson in the House that we pay special attention and interest in that report and we use it to close the existing gap. The roadshow which focus on closing learning gaps in the early grades, ensuring that no child is left behind from the foundation phase. These are critical interventions that require an active involvement of the teachers as the agent of change. Chairperson, the issue of group coping in the National Senior Certificate Examination is something that we must all condemn with the strongest terms that it deserves. I think that matter, ayisibeki kahle as Mpumalanga. For the past few years, especially in Buhlabela. I have noted that in 2025, seyaqala izanangalekithe heart. So it means it's because there was no consequence management. If Babu Ungwenya, there are no consequence management, especially on the side of the teachers, who will have all these districts having the same thing. So we must deal with this matter. I'm saying we must deal with this matter, especially when our teachers are involved. This tends to undermine everything that we have worked hard for and the gains that we have recorded. The fact that there are more than 70,000 undocumented learners in our schools is also a matter of concern. Implementation of the recent policy framework, including the Bella Act, is another matter that must be on top of our priority list, Chairperson. As we promote the mother tongue-based education, must confront the resistance wherever it arises. The teaching of our indigenous languages must remain a constitutional imperative and a tool for co-development and social inclusion. The same needs to be said with teaching of history in our schools, which must always be seen as a decolonize the education system of our country. We need to look at it, at the equity in the appointment of the teachers. Transformation in education must be bold, unapologetic, and aligned with the aspiration of our people. It must be led by this leadership collective. I left it there. Comrades, the strength of this sector lies in unity, which must manifest from this conference. My view is that unity and peaceful resolution mechanism are something that we must always embrace. We therefore thank you very much. We must therefore remain united in purpose and action, guided by the shared goal of improving the quality of education. Let this conference be a platform not only for reflection, but for decisive action that moves the sector forward. Ushilu Chairperson unobhala ukuthi we are the biggest union in the education sector. So whatever we do must transform into a serious action. In this coming month, May 2026, we will roll out the key programs, including 2027 Learner Admission Advocacy campaign and the 2026 Ranza Shikolo Shawena campaign, which promotes clean, functional, and appealing school surroundings. We call on the leadership to mobilize its members and communities to support these initiatives. Our view is that clean and well-maintained schools are a basic condition for effective teaching and learning. Also want to urge our educators to participate in the National Teaching Awards program with greater intensity, as also alluded by our secretary. The recognition of excellence as seen in the achievement of Mr. Tulani Sibiya in our province is something that we need to be proud of, and we wish to make sure Uguti, this achievement also remain in our province. It serves as a powerful inspiration to the entire sector, and it positions excellence as the standard to be always maintained. As I'm about to conclude, Chairperson, we have a call to action. As we celebrate the Freedom Month and reflect on the 30 years of our democratic constitution and the South African Schools Act number 84 of 1996, as amended, we are reminded of the progressive foundations upon which our education system is built. I must appreciate the fact that working together, we've been able to resolve on the post-provisioning matter. However, I noted Uguti, there are still some gaps when the secretary was presenting here. But it pleases me to indicate that there will be an additional 100 posts for teachers this year. This means that our post basket is increasing. It is our collective responsibility to give practical meaning to these gains. We're convinced that this conference will deliberate honestly on these gains. Indeed, this year also marks 50 years of the Soweto student protest. Remember that it took the son from this province, Mr. Sam Nzima, to tell the whole world through his iconic photograph about the struggles in our country of origin. I wish that as we commemorate 16 June this year, we in the place of the rising sun do something progressive to honor Ubaba Nzima. Chairperson, let us move forward together, united, determined, and inspired by the quest to do more for our people. Together, let us build an education system that truly serves the children of our province and secure the future of our children. Just before I sit down, Chairperson, let me just request that as we celebrate the Freedom Month and we reflect on the 30 years of our democratic constitution, there's this matter that we are not taking serious. I request that let us continue to teach our children the national anthem and its significance. You know, when you go to other countries, how they respect their national anthem. You will be at the shop when they sing it. It doesn't matter what they are doing. They will stand still and make sure that they listen to the national anthem or they sing along until it is finished. But here, you will note that even some leaders at some point in time, when we are singing our national anthem, there are a lot of movements. So I think as this sector, I want to plead, Chairperson, Oguti, let us make sure that our children are taught the national anthem and the importance thereof, that as South African, as we celebrate these 30 years of democracy and of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, we honor our national anthem. Our children get to be taught right from grade R. It's an embarrassment in some schools, high school for that matter. Learners cannot sing the national anthem. Therefore, I am going to plead, Chairperson, that as this leadership, let us lead from the front. Let us make sure, Uguti, our national anthem is recognized and it's well respected. Chairperson, as I'm going to sit down, I want to wish you a peaceful, a progressive, and a forward-looking conference. Unite, Sadtu, unite. Unite, unite Sadtu, unite. Thank you very much.
Before Nicola, ngenze lento le ejwayelekile uMC angithi sokhulumile manje fanele ngimnikele le present yakhe la on stage azokwazi ukudeclare ukuthi ngimpe ipresent ye350 yeah la yeza ngisalindele nizo kimi MC akabuyi Abuyo MC. Bo MEC boy two babuye game no SOD. Nawe yes no SOD. No SOD. Comrade Zodwa, comrade Busi, Mildred Bian. Wait three. Sadtu, amen. Amen. Pura Sadtu. Amen. Pura Sadtu. Amen. Amen. Pura Sadtu. Amen. Pura Sadtu. Amen. Amen. Pura Sadtu. Amen. Isimuhamba man. Amandla. So, Saman. Before we go to lunch, let me take the ANC, then we'll go to lunch. Yes, my comrade, we are Kenisel. Yeah, let me take the ANC, the MEC, PC member, MEC KTU Meketi, or as a PC member of the ANC. Pula hands in, I think I share a cool nine. Yes, we are in here. All right, send Bambeza, says.
Teula moya. Moya wa Sadtu. Mandla. 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 Awethu. Long live Sadtu, long live. Long live Sadtu, long live. Long live Sadtu, long live.
Long live, Sadtu, long live. Long live, Sadtu, long live. Forward with unity, forward. Forward with unity, forward. Mandla. Mandla. Thank you very much, Chair. I don't want to stand in between of lunch and comrades and myself and Yabona Chair. I know we ngozi lokho. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson. Chair, I'm so excited to see my teachers here. Yeah, there are some of teachers that taught me in primary. They are sitting there at the back. Chairperson, I am their product, and I'm proud to say that. Chair, I'm not sure how do they feel. If I'm an family, Chairperson, you don't choose your family members. So now, but for the fact that I interacted with them in the classroom, I am their product. Whether they feel proud, or embarrassed, or whatever, but I am their product. Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I also had the secretary organizational report. I'm not discussing it. I know it is referred to commissions. Chairperson, at your membership is increasing. Till now we feel happy and comfortable as the ANC because this means that we will have more volunteers on the ground. Yeah, we are comfortable, Chair. We don't want to struggle with volunteers. Your membership has increased. Chairperson of the session, Comrade to Briggs Mkaya, the National Executive Committee of Sadtu, Provincial Executive Committee of Sadtu, the leaders of Alliance Partners, the SSCP and the COSATU Sanko, leaders of the Mass Democratic Movement, MEC of Education, Mamasina, the HOD of Education and the departmental officials, representative of professional bodies in education, honored guests, distinguished delegates and comrades. Good afternoon. I bring you warm revolutionary greetings from the leadership and the membership of the African National Congress in Mpumalanga. We gather here at an important moment in the life of Sadtu and our broader democratic movement. We do so mindful of the immense contribution of this proud union, which counts among its ranks stalwarts such as the late Member Tisi, Shepherd Mdladlane, whose legacy continues to inspire us. For the duration of 3 days, the eyes of the people of Mpumalanga have been and continue to be firmly fixed on this provincial conference. They understand that Sadtu is a decisive force in shaping the future of our society. The decision you take here will affect every household, every learner, and every community member. Chairperson, before I proceed, allow me to take this opportunity on behalf of the African National Congress to warmly congratulate the educators of our province on the outstanding performance of the Mpumalanga Matric Class of 2025. This achievement, Chair, of an impressive 86.55% pass rate, an increase from 84.9% in 2024, it is clear demonstration of your dedication, discipline, and unwavering commitment to the future of our children. We want to assure you, comrades, that we will continue to support educators and advance your interests across all platforms. Your struggle is our struggle, and your success is the success of our broader movement. Chair, one of the challenges of elective congresses is that delegates sometimes become preoccupied with leadership contests, canvassing, lobbying, and positioning, of which Chair is not wrong. It is allowed. It's part of the conference. But Chair, while is that important, this Congress must rise above the narrow interest and focus on the historic mission before us. Comrades, If we were to ask members of Sadtu what they are or who they are, obviously, many would correctly say they are teachers. But you are more than that. You are revolutionaries, the vanguard of our intelligence, entrusted with shaping the consciousness of our nation. Sadtu, as the affiliate of COSATU and the key pillar of alliance, plays a strategic role in advancing the National Democratic Revolution, NDR, and the center of mission is education. That is why we say, for liberation, education, every educator, a liberator, every liberator, an educator. As revolutionaries, we must understand that we do not live our lives merely for the paycheck. We must earn the confidence of our masses as a commitment or committed intelligence dedicated to transforming society. We draw inspiration from educator liberators such as Dr. Pixlika Isaka Gaseme, Baba John Langalibalele Dube, Saul Plachi, Albert Ltuli, Z.K. Matthews, Gavin Begi, Oliver Tambo, Jack Simons, and Matthew Goniwe. Comrades, teaching is a calling. We believe that it is still a calling. The success or failure of our nation depends on what happens in our schools. We must therefore restore the dignity, discipline, and ethical conduct of this noble profession. There can be no tolerance for unprofessional behavior, whether it is absenteeism, lateness, substance abuse, or resistance to accountability. Sadtu must lead in defending the integrity of education and ensuring that educators remain role models in society. Chairperson, allow me to locate this conference within the broader programs of the ANC. The recent ANC Provincial Conference, together with provincial and national Lekgotla sessions, reaffirmed our commitment to renewal, unity, and decisive action to improve the lives of our people. In this regard, Chair, the ANC has declared 2026 as the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy. This is a call, not a slogan. It is a program of action. It is required that we build capable, ethical, and developmental municipalities that are for responsive to the needs of our people. It is required that we ensure the reliable delivery of services such as water, electricity, and sanitation, services that directly affect the dignity of our communities. It demands that we act firmly against corruption and maladministration wherever they rise, and that we strengthen community participation so that our people become active agents in governance, not passive recipients. At the same time, Chair, we must drive local economic development, creating jobs, supporting small businesses, and unlocking our opportunities in our province. Comrades, transforming the economy remains an urgent priority. We must confront the structural inequalities that continue to marginalize the majority of our people. This requires deliberate and sustained action, investing in education and skills development so that our people can participate meaningfully in the economy. Supporting industrialization and local production to build a self-reliant economy, empowering workers and communities, and advancing inclusive growth that leaves no one behind. This is a program that will unite us. Comrades, we are now entering a critical phase, the upcoming local government elections. Let me be clear and direct. As Sadtu, as an integral part of Alliance, we call on your support. Whether we campaign, whether we vote, but we call your support. We call on support. The success of this this program decisive action of the government or in government. You must take this message into your communities. You must mobilize parents, learners, and communities. You must be activists, not in the classroom, but on the ground, going door to door, engaging society, and building confidence in the movement. The ANC is not about advancing a concrete program to fix local government, service delivery, and transforming the economy in favor of the majority. We must also confront the social challenges of gender-based violence and femicide remains a national crisis, and our school must become centers of safety and awareness. Crime in and around schools is a serious concern. We call on communities and South African police services to prioritize the safety of our children and educators. Schools must be protected spaces where teaching and learning can take place without fear. Comrades, wherever we go, we must be able to say with confidence that Mpumalanga has a disciplined and committed cadre of teachers, educators who are nation builders, who are opening the doors of learning and culture to millions. Comrade Chair, let us rise to that responsibility. Let us restore the dignity of our profession. Let us act with discipline, unity, and revolutionary commitment. And let us support and strengthen the African National Congress as a leader of transformation. I wish this provincial conference a very successful in its deliberations. Thank you very much, Chair. Mandla.
It's very nice when you sing it standing, but it's fine, it's fine. All right, let me do this, comrades. Let's do this. Let's go to the venues. I'm left with Sadtu items now. There's an item at 5. I'm going to take it immediately when we come back. That, if you look at your program, that item which was supposed to be at 5 o'clock, I'm going to take it when we come back. When you go to commissions, we'll be done with that item because it's going to cut across all the commissions. That item which is written there. So it's going to be very short. The Deputy President said he will do it very, very short so that you can be able to understand the motion. Now, let's say we will come back 3:30. You go to venues where you went at lunchtime yesterday. Rowing up. You see the guests are many today. Please, and PAC. Please, please. But 3:30 we are back. And I'm going to start exactly 3:30. I'm going to gala dinner, so we are working today. Yes, 7.
Sadtu, Sadtu wethu, Sadtu, 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 Sadtu wethu, Sadtu, 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 Sadtu. Sadtu wethu, Sadtu, 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 Sadtu wethu Sadtu 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 Isikora khona izimbelezile Sadtu Iwona Sadtu Iwona lona Sadtu Isikora khona izimbelezile Sadtu Iwona Sadtu Iwona lona Sadtu Isikora khona izimbelezile Sadtu Iwona Sadtu Iwona lona Sadtu Isikora khona izimbelezile Sadtu Iwona Sadtu Iwona lona Sadtu Sobe wenze pente Wajayine Sadtu Uqalise ifomu Sadtu Afike namalunga nakho Sadtu Sobe wenze pente Wajayine Sadtu Uqalise ifomu Sadtu Afike namalunga nakho Sadtu Sobe wenze pente Wajayine Sadtu Uqalise ifomu Sadtu Afike namalunga nakho Sadtu Sobe wenze pente Wajayine Sadtu Uqalise ifomu Sadtu Afike namalunga nakho Sadtu 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 wethu Sadtu 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 wethu Sadtu Sobe wenze pente Wajayine Sadtu Uqalise ifomu Sadtu Afike namalunga nakho Sadtu
Yes, ini ngisho nephansi kwelakithi enkanje mahlathi amnyama ngafonela umkhuleko umfokapungose ngathi imkhaya wathi ya. Ngaphinda ngathi imkhaya wathi ya. Ngathi imkhaya awungiboleke lo mfana wakho lo. Nangi lo. Oshaya isidingi kakhulu lo abathi umongezi umfokapungose. Ngifuna nje ke siyoqebula abafana. Sibashaya abafana. Nje ungizwe nje ngayo. House. Kodwa mongezi umfokapungose. Awuzushayisa kwabhemile mfana. Yazi wavela washayisa kwamkezi wake manje.
Solomone Solomone yo Solomone yo Solomone Mahlangu yo Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa amabune afri Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune afri Solomone oh Solomone yo Solomone yes Solomone Mahlangu yo Solo Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune Afrika Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune Solomone oh Solomone Mahlangu yo Solomone yo Solomone Mahlangu yo Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune afri Solomone yo Solomone yo Solomone yo Solomone Mahlangu yo Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune Solomone oh Solomone Mahlangu yo Solomone Mahlangu yo Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune afri Waeli soja lomkhonto Hela bolawa awa mabune afri Solomone Mahlangu yo Solomone yo Solomone yo Waeli soja Hela bolawa awa mabune wayelisotsha umkhonto we elabolawa awa mapune af Solomoni oh Solomoni yo Solomoni Solomoni yo wayelisotsha umkhonto we elabola awa mapune afri wayelisotsha umkhonto we elabola awa uzunga alemdana uzunga ungaka alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga lomzabalazo umda alamdana waqalwa boko boko lomzabalazo umda alamdana waqalwa boko ubithi uzunga alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga lomzabalazo umda alamdana waqalwa uko lomzabalazo alamdana waqalwa uko kubithi uzunga alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga lomzabalazo umda alamdana waqalwa boko lomzabalazo umda alamdana waqalwa boko bithi uzunga alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga lomzabalazo muda alamdana waqalwa boko lomzabalazo muda alamdana waqalwa boko uzunga alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga alemdana uzunga ayibambe.
As you move to your places,
Oh,
Kubeka, as you move to your places,
oh, ibambe. Oh, ibambe. Eniwezinzi. How hesipa. Salabafana. awusinkhumbuza azane hawu yesepamuza labafana awusinkhumbuza olevata o ibambe o ibambeni wezinze o ibambeni webafa o ibambeni wezinzi hawu yesepamu salabafana awusinkhumbuza olevata hawu yesepamu salabafana awusinkhumbuza olevata wo ibambe wo ibambeni wezinze o ibambeni webafa o ibambeni wezinzi hawu yesepamu salabafana awusinkhumbuza olevata hawu yesepamu salabafana awusinkhumbuza.
Comrades, let's get settled now. Thank you very much. I want everybody seated. Is Sadtu Sako here? If Sadtu Sako is not here, I want everybody seated. We are going to deal with the political motion. Chairpersons of regions, check your delegates. We are going on. Here comes Sako. As Comrade Lindiwe is coming up, we will then check whether everybody's, I want everybody seated. Where Comrade Lindiwe? I want everybody seated so that we can be given a deputy president to present the political motion, and then we will take the clarity questions on the Secretariat report. I don't see Saihold. I wanted to deal with the two quickly. Comrade Lindiwe boy. Le board yasemzansi phakameleni. All right, let's welcome Comrade Lindiwe from Sadtu Sako. Then I will check where is Saho. I want the PS to be here so that when we deal with the political motion, all delegates are seated. Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought he said your level.
Oh, okay.
Nyambon. Nyambon. So sorry, that box lies on. There's a toilet box. Comrade Winnie, where's that box?
The box.
Viva Sadtu Sadtu, viva! Viva Sadtu Sadtu, viva! Amandla! Amandla! Igama lami, noma my name is Lindiwe Mdluli from Sadtu Sako. I'm in intern marketing. Angazi ngoba bathi abangiboni. Oh, nyangibona ethi. Okay, I'm here to present about Sadtu Sako. It's a short presentation. I won't take much of your time because bangipende 5 minutes kuphela. Okay. Uh, Let me start by saying this. Sadtu Sako is a bank yase Sadtu, members of Sadtu. The beginning of the year, we had a number of Sadtu members, bafuna ama loan, only to find out you can't offer loan if you are not saving with us. So we encourage each and every member yase Sadtu which is saving at, so that we can offer you a loan at a later stage. Sadtu Sako is a saving group owned by Sadtu, whereby together we save money and encourage savings and affordable loans. It's built to support members with financial and encourage savings. We are registered with South African Reserve Bank, National Credit Regulator, Cooperative Banks Development Agency. The Common Bond, who are the members of the Common Bond? Is the members of the union, employees of Sadtu, institutions owned and controlled by Sadtu. Okay, thank you. Thank you. When opening an account is a voluntary and a democratic, it's voluntary and democratic. We have two types of savings account. We have the regular account, of is a primary account that encourage members to save. The minimum savings is from 100 Rand. You only make one withdrawal per month. The first 3 withdrawals is for free. The interest is 5%. Then we have the Christmas savings. With the regular, with those two accounts, you can't have the Christmas savings without having the regular. But you can have only the regular. With the Christmas savings, the minimum is also 100 Rand. Then we encourage members to save towards month end, towards the end of the year, of which you can access from November until January, towards whether you are going to a vacation or the next year expenses. The interest rate of the Christmas savings is 6%, of which of the regular savings is 5%. We also offer loans as Sadtu Sako. With the loans, we have 4 types of loans. We have the regular, we have the we have the emergency loan, we have a payday loan, we have a short-term loan, and a long-term loan. Our loans range from 500 Rand to 100,000 Rand. The loan process is simple and understandable. And our interest is charged according to our affordability. The benefits of joining Sadtu Sako are: you are the owner of the financial institution. You say how the organization you want the organizations to be run, lines with the regulations. You enjoy the access of credit at a lower rate. You enjoy the interest of savings. The long term of saving with Sadtu Sako, or of becoming a member of Sadtu Sako, is the benefit of deduction in a longer term. To join Sadtu Sako, you only need 100 Rand. Our joining fee is 100 Rand.
then the 200 Rand shareholder fee, of which it's a once-off. The shareholder fee, you pay it, when you pay the shareholder fee, it's automatically when you join, you become a shareholder.
Lindiwe, Sadtu sakho mawuphuma emnyango lapha. They are sitting there on that tables. Ngapha is staff mawuphuma emnyango ubhekane nabo. So the joining forms are there. You can visit her there on that stall, and she will explain further for you. Says one and comrades. Thank you very much. I don't see Cy-Hold. Therefore, I'm taking the Deputy President. We are going to present, so that when the Deputy President is done, I will then check questions of clarity on the Secretariat report. We are at BTP. And then I will then tell you where the commissions will go.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the conference once again. My responsibility, as requested by the chairperson to the conference, is to present a discussion document or some kind of a motion around the political discussions that must take place. You will then appreciate as a conference that one of the issues that we must discuss, I don't know what is the arrangement of the leadership of the province, but a cross-cutting matter that all of us must discuss at commissions is the posture of Sadtu towards the decision of the SACP to contest the local government elections. Now, as a union, like one will have indicated yesterday, when discussions by the SACP started around 2007, they called it the state power discussions. I think the union, in anticipation of an inevitable eventuality, we then took a resolution that in the event the SACP, in fact the resolution is saying as Sadtu we continue to support the African National Congress in all electoral processes. However, in the event the SACP decides to contest the election on its own, will convene a special Congress. Those who were delegates in the 14th COSATU Congress will recall that as Sadtu, at the Congress, we took a position, a firm position at a COSATU Congress to say there is no way that COSATU will take a decision on behalf of the SACP or the working class for the SACP to contest elections. Our discussion was around that. And also our argument was also saying the resolution itself should have not served at the level of a COSATU Congress because it came through a back door. It did not follow the processes properly. In terms of the COSATU constitution, motions must then be presented 3 months before, and then they get to be engaged at the level of affiliate. However, that kind of a discussion at the level of the COSATU Congress, it just came through the window. And as such, we were saying, that is not how COSATU should conduct itself, to an extent that it flouts its own decisions, or its own constitution, for that matter. To an extent that after, well, yeah, the Congress was closed, but after the Congress was closed, voting took place. And they claimed to have taken a particular decision. And it's history today that as Sadtu, we went to court to stop that kind of a decision. And I think we must explain it, that the reason we went to court was not to challenge the substance or the substantive matters of the motion itself. We were challenging the procedure in terms of the COSATU constitution. The matter has been in court for some time. We were persuaded as Sadtu that we must withdraw it so that there is engagement and so forth, up until we withdrew the matter from court. And there has never been engagement from COSATU since the withdrawal of the matter from court by Sadtu. However, our standpoint as an organization was that COSATU affiliates must go and consult and then convene a COSATU Congress to can take a decision. Because COSATU also has a similar decision. That is why we went to the Central Committee of COSATU last year. And in the Central Committee, what Sadtu was saying in the Congress was what was adopted by other affiliates. They then realized that indeed Sadtu has been correct all the time. And a decision was taken in the Central Committee of COSATU to say, let's go back and consult our members. So at this juncture, all affiliates are actually consulting their members around this decision of the SACP. So Sadtu herself decided to say, as part of consulting our members, we must then have a survey. And that survey will then assist us to develop some kind of a research report. Remember yesterday, we spoke about the scientific process, where once you have a phenomenon, you then hypothesize about it, you then engage through the experimental process. Those who have done research, they know that survey is part of research, is part of experimenting, and out of that, you come up with some findings. As a result, this is the summary of the findings, or the 4 options that came out of the survey that I'm going to present to yourselves. However, Chair, I think it's fundamental that we explain to the conference that as Sadtu, we are not against the SACP contesting state power. The SACP is an autonomous organization. They have a right to take their own decisions. ANC, same thing. COSATU and her affiliate, same thing. We can take our own decisions. And we must clarify what is there in the public discourse, that as Sadtu, we don't like the ANC, the SACP, or we hate the SACP. I'm a member of the SACP, and many of us are members of the SACP. But our contention, as Sadtu would say, political questions and political matters must go through a proper consultation process and a proper engagement. That was our attitude as Sadtu. We still support the ANC as Sadtu. In the programs of the ANC, we support the SACP. We have Solidarity Fund. As and when they request to support us, we tap in from our Solidarity Fund and then support the SACP, like we'll support other fraternal organizations as well. Remember, we are a beacon of hope. So there is no way that an organization that we support through our resources and so forth, we hate. However, as an organization as Sadtu, we are saying we are not at a stage wherein we must polarize the alliance. The alliance is very crucial at this point in time. The unity and coherence of the alliance is very crucial this time. The only thing that is not clear are modalities. I know people argue that SACP contesting the state power on its own will not break down the alliance. Well, is their argument. But what is the reality on the ground? As Sadtu, we also affirm on the National Democratic Revolution as a program that will take us to a socialist society. And the NTR did not start in 1994. It was not handed to the ANC in 1994. It is true, the NTR is a paper developed by Lenin in the International Communist League Conference in 1921. He was addressing the colonial question. And in addressing the colonial question, because many of the African communist parties who were at the conference were colonies of other countries, of other big powers. I just want to give you background. So they were dealing with the question of colonies, colonial question at the level of the Comintern. And Lenin presented this paper called the National Democratic Revolution. He was saying all the communist parties, they must go back to their countries and identify a liberation movement with a nationalist character for communists to work through that kind of an organization so that you are able to address the national question, you are able to address the gender question, you are able to address the class question. You can only address it through working in a liberation movement. The paper says the necessity or the basis for working with a liberation movement which is multi-class in character or nationalist in character, because any organization that is nationalist in character is a multi-class organization. Well, nalento yama-class ke I understand amasisho kwi-ANC, we issue at a particular context. There is nothing like a middle class in our language. You have the capitalist, the haves. You have the working class, the have not. Then the working class is divided into strata. Then you have the upper strata. The upper strata is your public servants, those who think they own property. Because when you own a house, you don't own property. It's a lie, they are lying to you. When you own a car, you are not owning property, they are lying to you. When you have a plot and you say you have it's a lie. Because a property is something that produces wealth. It's a means of production. Your house does not produce any wealth. It takes away the little you have. You must pay the bond, you must pay what, you must fix the windows, you must paint and what have you. It's not even an asset. It takes away from you. So now the upper strata of the working class, the bourgeoisie, they call it the middle class in order to confuse you. And it's true, the middle class is very vacillating. In fact, it's the class that can sell the revolution. You can sell the revolution, Because you consider yourself as the working class, as the middle class, the upper strata. Anja, ma ucabanga nge-strike esothatha isikhathi eside sithi masifika ko 10 12 13 15 days ucabanga ibhondo fanele uyikhokhele ucabanga imoto ucabanga ini kuba lula ukuthi hayi can we not consider, let's not go back to work, because you want to protect what you believe to be assets which are not assets. And you know ukuthi mangase uye striking for 3 months ibhenki ungakwazi ukukhokhela ibond ngelidla indle yakho. After 3 months makuphela istrike lizobuya nawe lithi come let's talk asixoxe. Because uma indlu ikwipossession yebank useless ebhenkini alidingi ibhenki indlu likuyona lidinga indlu ibhenki kuwena ukuze likwazi ukwenza imali. So uma kuzoba nama public servants ay million noma let me be conservative and say 500,000 abangawakhokhile ama bonds, ama banking ngeke azidle lezo zindlu ngoba uma enezindlu ezo 500 kuona kunama public servants angakwazi ukuthenga izindlu, lezo zindlu they become useless to them, ziba useful mazikuwena because mazikuwena they generate money. So sikhiphe lento ukuthi contact wa middle class, that's a bourgeois nomenclature. That's a bourgeois language. You are the upper structure of the working class. Now, the point I was at, ukuthi uLenin wathi, let's have a liberation movement to lead the NDR. That is why when you talk of reconfiguration of the alliance, you will be wrong if you say the leader of the alliance must be the SACP. Even if you reconfigure the alliance, the ANC must remain the leader of the alliance. Because the ANC appeals to all classes. It is heterogeneous. The ANC is heterogeneous. It is true. Khona leader yekhosaythi yayithi nqena ukusho igama layo yayithi uANC ugalele bhayini. Ngoba all classes are there. So iappeala kuwona yonke umuntu, therefore ingakwazi ukuresolve the national question, ingakwazi ukuresolve the democratic question of the NDR. Then the SACP in a particular way, not through the two-stage theory, must then take us to socialism in a scientific process. But as it stands now, we feel we have not resolved the national question, we have not resolved the class question and so forth and all other questions that are raised by the NDR, and therefore we must choose the alliance. The alliance ayikwazi ukudisintegrate now. So I thought I must just explain that thing of the NDR. Ukuthi NDR ya 1921 yaze ya adoptwa i-ANC ngo-1927, 1928. After Ugumedu, president we-ANC, went to Russia and came back ethi, indeed I have seen Jerusalem. Eboni socialism in Russia. He came back with Nongibonili Jerusalem. And therefore they started to embrace the National Democratic Revolution. So the ANC remains strategic in terms of leading the National Democratic Revolution. We can talk about reconfiguration of the alliance. And the reconfiguration of the alliance, we should not be preoccupied by deployment to the state. Because enye into singakhuluma ngo neoliberal policies, comrades, sikhuluma ngazo zonke izinto, but if we don't analyze society proper, Karl Marx no Lenin basitshela kahle bathi the state, the government, more if you want to use that term, is nothing but the executive committee running the affairs of the society on behalf of the ruling class, the bourgeoisie. The state is not ours. Unless you dismantle the state and put it asunder or wither the state. Even if a communist party can go to the state, awukho umehluko yokwenzeka. Awukho, comrades. You cannot build socialism in a womb of capitalism. Yeah. Now the summary goes. We then had the survey. Then the survey came with three fundamental findings. Members of Sadtu were saying, while there is declining confidence in the ANC, it still holds more support within Sadtu than the SACP. Many members support the alliance only because of COSATU and belong to diverse political parties. That is what findings are saying. To say that many members of Sadtu, they still support the ANC as compared to the SACP. And the findings were also saying many members of Sadtu, they choose the alliance. They still believe that the alliance is fundamental through our affiliation to COSATU. The findings also appreciate the fact that members of Sadtu, not leaders, yes, members, not leaders, they belong to different political parties. Members of Sadtu. Akithi phela ka Sadtu you cannot lead if you are not a member of any alliance component. Angisho? Aw, banganizwa ke manje. Angisho? Number two, the second finding was that members expressed a preference for independence and the right to vote freely without impacting their union membership. That is what members were saying. So you have those who are choosing the ANC in the alliance. There are those who are saying we want to vote freely, and that must not impact their members. Number three, potential shifts in the alliance threaten organizational unity, cohesion, and member representation. So members are saying this shift in the alliance with the SACP wanting to contest state power on its own, that may actually threaten organizational unity, Sadtu's unity. So this decision of the SACP and the shift might threaten the unity of Sadtu. It may threaten the cohesion in Sadtu as well as member representation. And it's something that we must guide against. We must ensure that this does not divide us. We must choose Sadtu first, then the others. So those are the three findings. It's just that they are not being projected there. I don't know what mechanism will make Nopala to have this paper during commissions. For the political commission, okay. And comrades, there is no organization that can claim ownership of Marxism-Leninism. Ayikho. That's a working class theory. It's not for a particular organization. Now, then the survey then raised four options that we must grapple with. The first one, stay and clean. So members, as they were being surveyed in all provinces, members were phoned. In some instances, they were visited into school as per sample selected per province. So many or some members were saying, let's stay in the alliance and clean it. So members support the alliance, but allow members to remain and clean it. Because, comrades, some of the challenges we have in the ANC today, uma senza proper analysis, ubugwala bethu nokuba emotional kwethu. Because here, many of us, myself included, we took, whether conscious or subconscious decisions, to disengage on the activities of the ANC. Savele sayeke uku-attend imhlangano ye-ANC. Ngoba mawuya ka-ANC nje mawungena eminyango vele kuthiwe uyaphike lemabutho ngoba wena uyasebenza thina ngala sokhuluma ukuthi nokuthi mawungena ethi awangena uKhosathu. No, I'm here as a member of the ANC. Hey Khosathu ngalona sikhulumela lezi zinto zenu zo principle nani. Mawuthi to raise a constitutional matter in the meeting of the ANC utshela comrade uyasibambezela. Constitution ayisigcwalisi isisu. Sa decide uvele siyeke. Sawuhlala sakhohlwa ukuthi kwathiwa let's go and swell the ranks of the ANC. Sakhohlwa ukuthi i-ANC is a multi-class organization. Safuna analyze the ANC as if the ANC is homogeneous. Because uqala ku-1912 ulo uhamba different epochs uyi-analyze the-ANC uyathola ukuthi it is dominated by different classes or grouping within itself at a particular epoch. Namhlanje i-ANC lento eyiyona because siyidedele emaseleni thina. Ngokusaba isibhamu obviously fanele sisabe ukusaba zonke izinto kodwa we did not go and actually defend the ANC within the ANC. Nathi kwesinye isikhathi umuntu mayefuna ukuba popular ebranchini address ibranch yesathu ugxeka i-ANC kushawa izandla igxeka i-ANC igxeke angazisho izinto ezinhle eziyenzile i-ANC ngizwile nje kuthiwa we gave the ANC 30 years but ihlulekile. How do you address into ka 400 years ngo 30 years? How do you address it? Sigxeke i-ANC must address ama branch kushawa izandla ungazisho izinto ezinhle bese uyabuya down the line usuzothi akuvotela i-ANC. How? Bazophinde labo bantu bayivotela i-ANC. We have decampaigning. We were decampaigning the ANC ourselves. So the first option is to with alliance. Let's go back with alliance and clean it. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be difficult, but let's remain. This one enjoys significant member support, and it says we must maintain our commitment to the national democratic revolution. So that's the first option. The second option says status quo. It says maintain historical support for the ANC as the leader of the liberation movement. This one says leaves the union vulnerable to internal factions and declining ANC support. So this one, as part of the option, it says e-union remains vulnerable because of the declining support, the electoral support of the ANC. But it says status quo. So umehluko phakathi kwalo qala ithi let's stay in and clean. It chooses the alliance. But this one it says no. Let the status quo continue. Akuhlale kunjalo. Number 3 says let's become a social movement as an organization to recalibrate as a member-centering social movement focusing on Vision 2030. So basically this one is saying let's be some kind of a craft union. Let's just focus on matters affecting us and forget about politics. So it prioritizes education and socio-economic transformation over rigid political frameworks. So this one, that is what it is saying. To say, let's just be a social movement, deal with issues of social. So let's naptonize ourselves. Naptosize ourselves. It says let's naptosize ourselves. So you focus on education and social matters, socio-economic matters only, and forget about which could be a suicide. Our birth, our origin was political. Sadtu was produced through the trenches of the liberation. So I don't want to influence, but this is what it is saying. The last one is the survivalist option, survivalist part. To say as a union, how do we survive in this epoch? So it says a regionalistic approach allowing provincial structures to adapt to local multi-party dynamics. So it says, let's allow provincial structures to decide. So EPC as a KZN can decide, no, supporting Kata. I'm just making an example. Nenye ya kwenye province nga decide ukuthi no, because of the dynamics nani we support a particular organization, or because of a particular reason we remain neutral. So this one is a federal kind of an approach, which say prepares for a federal arrangement within national coordination on member-centric issues. So these are the four options, comrades, that plenary must then note for discussion by the political commission. So stay and clean, one. Secondly, status quo. Thirdly, social movement. Fourth, survivalist approach or survivalist path. There is supposed to be some kind of a conclusion here. So now the foundation which conducted the survey suggests that despite the SACP's decision, Sadtu has an opportunity to consolidate its own destiny. The union must balance its historical political allegiances with the evolving interests of its members to ensure long-term stability and influence. So that becomes fundamental, long-term stability and influence. How do we ensure that after the Special National Congress, COSATU Congress, local government elections, Sadtu remains stable and united, and Sadtu continues to be influential in the politics, policy making, policy development within the country. So those are the options, comrades, and that is how the summary came to be. When you read the detailed report, it will give you our historic materialism. Let me use that. It will tell you how Sadtu was formed. It will give you resolutions of NGCs. It will give you resolutions of congresses. It will give you how Sadtu joined COSATU. It will give you the background on Vision 2030. And when you go and revisit Vision 2030 of Sadtu, it defines the character of Sadtu within the context of the National Democratic Revolution and the Alliance. So I think I will put a comma there, Chair, and hope that I was understood, so that it can assist discussions at the level of the Commission. Amandla.
You know, I'm sitting here, I'm looking at the delegates. Only one comrade is writing. Only one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll move. Yeah, only one is writing there at the back. Only one. Mavutela la pomwa, we pad the bullpen. I remember your Communist Party. So for the ways then do you comrade Mavutela. I banagas, the you understand. Your clue packet about commission. You're born to lead away. We are chairing a commission, Marapa. You want? Oh, now Manos, you want. Okay, thanks. Go your chairing a commission, man. And a man of both parties are when they can't live cool up. No job, and man, so you need to bump the commission. But we wanted every member to understand. That's why we said, let's present here, so that every member who's in the conference understands this motion. And if there's an input, then we'll be able to sponsor to the chairpersons. I want us to go to commissions, but I want to check questions of clarity. And I can't take you to commissions without adopting the 2 reports. But somebody took my secretariat report here. Oh, by the way, we are joined by the provincial deputy chairperson of COSATU, Comrade Temba Mafuso. I'll bring a siblings, Comrade Temba.
Mandla. Viva Sadtu, viva.
Someone took mine, actually. So I'll use this one. Right. Let's check questions of clarity, comrades. I've got 20 minutes. 5 o'clock, I must be done. I'm giving myself that time. So, If there are no questions of clarity, someone will propose from the floor. It's not me who will propose. So that if comrades will say, no, let's take the report to commissions, we are fine, someone will propose from the floor, not me. My task is to share this session. So I'm checking any questions of clarity. I'm taking the political section, yonke, page 1 to 23. If there's any question of clarity there. And so much, it's a problem that I must be able to have them, whenever I speak, I must have them out so that I'm able to see everybody. So it's page 1 to 24. Yeah, a political commission is ready. 24 to 30. Organizational. (31 to 35). (35 to 40). (41 to 45). Angathi uyifundile? Yes, uyifundile sekretari bakakhuluma ngayo, befanele ukuthi wena uyanote uyahighlighta le point ongala understand kuphela. That's what I'm saying. Where you did not understand, you ask that question. But if you understood the whole report, somebody will raise the board and say, Chairperson, let's adopt the report. That's what I'm trying to say. So if there's a point you did not understand, you will just raise the board to say, what is meant here? I did not understand this point. But discussions will happen in the plenary. I mean, in the commissions. 50 to 55. In fact, I must say 51 to 55. 56 to 60. 61 to 65. 66 to 70. 71 to 75. Yeah, no, it's commission, yanbo. All right. 76 to 80. 81, 85. 85, 90. 91, come to check. Is there a roving mic? No, I think one will do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. We are rising to propose that the Secretariat move for the adoption of the two reports, with the understanding that the discussions will actually ensue in the various commissions. Thanks very much.
Secretariat? Oh, seconder. Mzansi, Justice, William Taylor, Mkababa, South Africa. Thank you. Secretariat, can you move for the adoption of the both reports as presented?
I'm trying to find the No, thank you very much, Chair. We want to move that the conference adopt the Finance and Secretariat report. Thanks, Chair.
So Secretariat has moved. Can we have a seconder? I will want one who will speak on the mic. I see all the regions have raised their pots, but I need one just to speak on for record purposes. Let me take Mkababa. Is it Kulangwan? Is it Nkomas West? Nang comrade Mfa, nang. Mazulu, okay.
Thank you very much, comrade. I'm Komazi West. I'm not Matsulu.
Oh, I want to go start young Mosha, young Mosh. When I'm busy, I think Komazi West. You're not Mazulu. All right, comrade.
Thank you. I'm Comrade Eunice Nyoni from Komazi West, and I second.
Thank you very much. Any counter? Anyone who's vehemently opposed? Right, comrades, let's do this. The secretary is trying to find a projector for the political commission so that the president or himself will also present there in the political commission. But Nizwile Nonke, so if that motion, because we want to have that resolution for the conference. So as he's doing that, let me release you to commissions. I hope the leaders of delegates have dealt with the split to commissions. Commissions are 4. The secretary will come and announce again, or you'll use your book 1 to see who's the scribe, who's chairing those commissions will do that again. I'm going to leave 2 commissions here, and then I will take 2 up. But because that room, the third room they're giving us up is small, so we'll request 2 commissions to share here. Then the other 2 will go up. We will announce where up.
No, thank you, Chair. The political commission will be at the hotel. There's a breakaway room there. Okay. Is it Eland? Eland, yeah. Okay, Eland. It's 670. So we can use Eland or the political commission. Now, where the hotel is, you'll find there are, actually, there's even marking that Sadtu breakaway room. So we can use that, Chair. The second commission that will use that area there is the commission on socio-economic, which also includes labor, so socio-economic, and political will go there, which means that education and organizational will remain in the hall. Now, what normally we do, just to make sure that the plenary issues were able to function, what we normally do is that you'll find that another commission is up there and another one is this side, so that they're not so close to each other. Now, because we have 4 commissions, it is the responsibility of regions to have an even distribution of delegates at the commissions, so that not everyone must go to a particular commission. If comrades are supposed to choose for themselves where to go, it's likelihood that some commissions will have oversubscription more than others. So you want an even distribution of delegates across the commissions. In terms of who chairs the committees, we did that yesterday when we were presenting the rules of the conference. We can just remind you very quickly, comrades, as to who will be where. My apologies. The political commission will be chaired by Comrade Japi and Comrade Keta, and will be scribed by Comrade Ntate and Comrade Fusi Magudulel. The Commission on Education will be chaired by Comrade Ishmael, and the organizational report, not chaired, but will be scribed by Comrade Ishmael. Jegim Caesar and Begim Kosi will be at the organizational commission, and the labor and socio-economic will be Comrade Lawrence Maluleke. Ketakutula Shongwe, or Ketukutula, one of the two. Ketukutula. Try to learn your full name, my brother. Ketukutula Shongwe and Comrade Masilela Japi will be at the political commission. Marco Jack will chair the education commission. Comrade Oskin Osinga and Mangena Ephraim will chair the organizational commission, and labor will be chaired by Comrade Njolo Weber, rather. Comrade Weber will be going to Blesbok, which is at the hotel. Comrade Japi will be going to Eland, which is also at the hotel, together with Comrade Keta, and Comrade Usinga and Comrade Marco will remain with the Education and Organizational Commission here in the hall. We're expecting that it's now 16:54. In terms of process, we had liked that the political commission could report it this evening, but we think that in terms of logistics, it could be a problem. Because for commissions, you need more than 2 hours. We are proposing that all commissions conclude their work at least by 7:30. Then there's dinner. Then the scribers and everybody else. Chair, do you want to? Okay. The scribers and the people in the commission will then draft the report. But the report should not be on a piece of paper. It's not going to be given here to say, as a commission within. No. It's going to be projected. And I'm told by the hotel that if we're going to project here, it means we must remove that banner. Because they have a whiteboard there for presentation. But we'll see how maybe we can buy them a white sheet. A white sheet and hang it there. And leave it here at the hotel. We'll see how we maneuver out of it tomorrow. But it is equally important that when you present, the members see what the commission is recommending. You can't just agree blank, because tomorrow then these things, the text has been changed, people disagree with what was presented. We also want the video to see it, but we'll have to make a plan with the hotel, and they've been very, very, very cooperative with us, I must say, comrades. So the report should be in soft form. Soft, ne? Yeah. In a computer somewhere, editable. So that you enable editing. You use the proper font, Tahoma 12. Spacing of 1.5. Will be fine. I present the chair. Thank you very much.
We are used to Roman times Roman, eh? Yeah. So the Tahomas he asked him. I wonder why in the computer last week is going. But I was telling about Tahoma. Comrades, let's do this. Normally what I do, I move around commissions at a set time to check how far you are. So that I can be able to determine whether you'll be done after 7 as the PS says, or you'll want an hour in the morning. But as long as you can be able to work, that's what I'll be checking. We normally make sure that plenary in 2 hours is done. So we are not going to come back here. We will request that political commission will present tomorrow, because there's no way that will come back here. Eland, when you enter that hotel, Eland is on your left. Ne? When you enter the hotel, it will be on your left. Then Blesbok will be on your right as you go to the rooms underground. Underground, the ground in Zanzimpela, that's where Blesbok is. As you move to the grass outside. Who's going to Blesbok? Unjolo, one, yeah. Come on, Njolo, as you go down, we boni lang it. So I will show you, I'll brief you, but it's easy to find it. So those two commissions that are remaining here, 2.5 hours, and if task is not done, I'm going to request the Secretary of the province not to issue the social plan in the evening. So, yes, work must be done. I must be satisfied that you are done. So if I'm not satisfied, there's no social plan. As I'm being comrades. You can take your thing apart, let's go. Let's go there. Laba basale la, abanye move, abanye la pambi. Social plan must be sure to 7 Wednesday.